for 40 minutes.
Okay, and we are golden. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to episode 6 of Danganronpa 2. I'd like to say it's been kind of a slow game, but I felt like we've been doing quite a lot for the amount of time we sunk into it already.
A lot has happened.
And, as per usual, you're staring at a pause screen right now because we are going to do our reading. I didn't really have much to say about this week, because I think I've said most of it during last stream, so we'll just go quickly through this and get on to better things. Likewise, my countdown is going to be likewise boring. I did move a couple of people around, but we're down to 8 people, so it's not going to be that interesting, because we're kind of culling the herd at this point, since we're down to half the cast.
We are indeedy.
Continuing to be at the bottom is Akane. I moved Kazuichi down to number 7 because I'm getting kind of tired of his many shticks. It seems like he's got a lot of negative character traits right now, and we're not seeing a lot of positives, so I knocked him down to boost up Fuyuhiko to number 6 because I think he's doing a little bit better. Him being one of the 3 characters in our group in Chapter 3 definitely helped because we got some screen time with him isolated from everyone else. Number 5 is Nagito, because he fucked the case a lot last time. He was a really talkative person during the last trial. This one I forgot the name of. This is the one I forgot the name of, because number 4 is our new robot friend, who I just cannot remember his long name.
Nekomaru.
Now he's Mechnomaru, as you've explained.
Mechamaru.
Number 3 is going to continue to be Sonia, followed by Gundam, and then Chachki at the top. That has not changed because not a lot has actually changed. We didn't do a lot of character interactions last time, so they're still my top 3. And I would definitely bet that, considering how things have been going, I would assume the next victim is either going to be Chachki or Sonia. I don't think they're going to kill Gundam right now, but I could definitely see him being the victim of Chapter 5. Because I don't think he gives enough of a shit to be a murderer, but considering this game, I have no idea who's going to do what, just because we, again, haven't been doing a lot of character stuff and getting, like, in-depth knowing of the people, I guess. So I have, like, no clue who's gonna snap next. So, with that out of the way, in today's episode, we continue to have to stare at my terrible decision to vote up Sonia for being the murderer last week, and the new permanent awkward silence around her for doing that. I did finally figure out over the week why this chapter also rubbed me up the wrong way, and I figured out it was pretty simple. The attempt at the ending of this chapter being this big clue about the premise is about as ham-fisted as it gets, but that's kind of been this entire chapter in a nutshell due to the whole magical diseases cutting off multiple groups from each other, and also rewriting several characters and sidelining them entirely for honestly a pretty badly written reason, which was confirmed when the murder happened and all afflicted were instantly healed after that. But continuing that through and knocking off Mikan using the same magical disease was honestly the crowbariest of the crowbar ways in which we can start getting more clues about why the island is a thing. And in a series like this, I get that it's so fantastical that everything is a contrivance, and that might sound unfair, but in comparison to that is how our newly reintroduced friend got mechanized. The development was based on him making a call, getting killed, and then the pre-established rules of the island kicking in that transformed him into what he is now. And that was based on a character making a decision that informs his character arc and develops his relationship with another character, which just makes it a better plot point since it isn't just being poofed from thin air. It really does look like the creators on this one couldn't manage a natural way of getting this clue into the story, so they just smushed it onto the screen as awkwardly as possible, and I don't really know why they did that. But in the interest of fairness, I did want to elaborate more on the big picture, and I did want to do a couple of things before we start our 4th chapter. I don't know how long this is going to go, but I did want to ask these questions to be fair. What clues do we actually have about the island itself at this point? And are we at around the same point of knowledge that we were in the original game during Chapter 4? If we can remember back that far, how do these games stack up when we got to the halfway marks? I mean, I don't remember it all that much. But
so, at this point in the previous game...
we did discover the library. And a couple of the previous.
2. We would have just gotten. Hold on, it's okay.
Was this it was also the double murder? That was chapter 3?
Yes. So we would have found 2 pictures, and that's about it.
Did we get a memo from the fake, the quote-unquote fake principal of the previous school?
Oh yeah, we would have, in the library, the first time we went to the library, we would have found something about the school having to shut down because of the
disaster.
The worst day of human history, or however they word it. They always have a name that it's the exact same name every single time.
It was a very long name.
Yeah. So we found that. We would have found 2 pictures that would have made us question, like, wait, what the fuck? Why are there pictures of us hanging out together?
Yeah, we did get to know a lot after the murder of Chihiro, because it seemed like they were very... The plot wasn't continuing to go, but they were establishing more of the consequences and doing stuff with Mono Bear more.
Yeah, so what would have happened... So we just finished Chapter 3, so what would have just ended in Chapter 3 of the first game would have been the boys, fucking what's-his-face would have gone Super Saiyan and did the whole, like, I'm carrying the spirit of Mondo with me now. And then they would have started fighting over the computer, because the Hifumi and what's-his-name, Taka, would have started fighting over the computer. And then, Celeste would have use the computer as leverage over Hifume to get him to partake in the double homicide.
Yeah, to trick him very easily into doing the first thing.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of the legwork.
Yeah. So, as far as the clues to the greater mystery at this time, we would have just discovered the secret. We would have just discovered, like, the secret room behind the
bathroom.
Yeah, behind the bathroom. That would have happened, and I forget exactly what we get to see in that room.
I don't think we get to see anything. I think we just go in there, like...
There's a small amount of information we get. It might be another photo, but, like, we go in there, and the first time we go in there, there's, like, books and stuff, and we get to see, like, one thing. I think we get the school principal's name or something? I don't fully remember, but...
Don't we establish that he's, like, 30, and, basically that's kind of it?
I think it's information on the school teacher, like the headmaster of the school. And then we get someone comes up behind us, cudgels us in the head. We go
steals
unconscious
literally everything.
When we come to, everything's gone. So we would have saw that as a hint to, like, the greater mystery. We would have saw about 2 or 3 photos. I want to say only 2 photos by now. We would have that's for the most part it. We wouldn't quite know about the secret other student yet. That would be at the end of chapter 4. That gets confirmed. We might have, like, a hint at it.
Yeah, I think by that point I was just assuming that someone was going to be a plant. I'm not really sure why I assumed that. I guess it was just, like, a possibility that a story like this would do, since...
By the end of chapter 3, we would have known that,
we would have gotten the first cutscene and the behind-the-scenes stuff.
No, we would have got the cutscene that's, like, the fight with, between Monokuma and...
Sakura.
Yeah, so they're like... And she's like, I'm not gonna work with you anymore. And so, because the next murder after the double homicide is the suicide. So.
Yes, yeah. So, What do we got to work with now? We got the ruined copy of the school, which we haven't gotten into yet.
We know that there's a version of the school here. We know that there's 2 organizations. One's called World Ender, and the other one's called the Future Foundation. I think we just got the name of Future Foundation. We know that Mikan.
We do know that
in real life, and that she had a beloved.
Yeah, there's another person that we don't know, or it's someone that we do know, but because of the amnesia, they might be running a completely different character.
Yeah, there was a very long thing we found in the tech, like, zone, where, like, all the computer, like, the
Electric Avenue.
Yeah. I don't remember all the details it talked about, but it was a very long thing about how everything started to go to hell, like how the world came to an end, and it all started with Hope's Peak, and it started to describe some of that stuff that happened at Hope's Peak, where like there was a revolt and stuff or something.
Yeah, I just can't remember anything about this. All I can really remember is that Mono Bear like immediately showed up and yelled at us about it.
He didn't immediately show up, but yeah, he shows up a little bit afterwards. We know that Monokuma said very early on, I believe, that the world ended. I think he told us that, but he also told us that we wouldn't remember that because our memories are gone. So, like, unlike last time where, like, their memories being gone was something that was saved to the very end, to be like, whoa, their memories are gone. They actually were students here for a time. Like, we already know that everybody's missing memories.
Well, they established that pretty much immediately because the person that got the Kyoto treatment was the protagonist. The Kyoko treatment was the protagonist.
Yeah. But they established early on, like Monokuma told the class early on, like roughly around the time where he first showed up, that yeah, he had taken our memories. But we know that there also has been we know that there's a traitor among us.
Yeah, we know about the traitor, which, we know about the bomb, obviously, which,
yeah, there's a mystery to what's gonna happen when that countdown gets completed.
I guess considering this game, it might not actually be a bomb, it's just, like, an elaborate joke.
I'm trying to think what else we know.
The other thing we know is that apparently the island used to be, like, a super destination, and there used to be lively, and now it's completely empty.
Yeah.
And we're
on it. It used to be a big tourist destination. Yeah, we found that out when we went to the library and talked to Sonia and stuff, and they had a book on the history of the island. We also know that the park wasn't right. Like the way the park was described in the book isn't how we ever saw the park. Like, we've never seen the park in the way it was described.
I mean, considering the mountain's also a giant elevator, is that really all that surprising?
Right.
Because there could be just like a James Bond style complete facility underneath the park that we don't know about.
Mm.
The bomb might be a giant staircase disguised as a bomb.
But yeah, so we know that some things that are questions are, how does Monokuma have giant fucking mechs? Like, because Monokuma seems to have more resources, or at least more impressive resources in this game than he did in the last one.
Which is kind of ironic considering that he has so little control over the situation itself. Like, he's trying to hold on to it, but it seems like we can just kind of do whatever we want. Like, we have full exploration, and, he can pop up wherever he wants, but it doesn't seem like he can kill people, so maybe that's fair.
Right. It's hard to say exactly what's going on, because one thing we know is that Monami is the one that brought us here.
Monami is acting very odd and she might end up being more evil than Mono Bear, but she's hiding it.
Monokuma showed up and
subverted
hijacked
everything.
He subverted her thing. So she was trying to get us all to be friends, and then Mono Bear showed up and said, no, we're doing a killing game, and beat the shit out of her and took control.
Very easily beat the shit out of apparently a magical genie-level creature that didn't do anything. She got very easily beaten up despite having legitimate magical powers.
Yeah. She had a magical stick that Monokuma managed to break before she could use it.
So I think the only thing...
She also is somehow managing to defeat robots. Like, that's a thing she's capable of doing.
Yeah, she is doing that every chapter.
Because every time we get a new area, how we get the new areas, she shows up and says, hey, I managed to beat up one of those robots and it's gone now.
I suppose the only thing kind of left on the table is that the way that we originally got here is that the school classroom fell away in this, like, weird psychotic episode, and then it just, like, instantly transitioned us to the island from the classroom.
Right, yeah. And I believe we couldn't exit. I think at the very beginning we tried exiting. So I'd actually argue that at this point in the game we have more information than in the previous game. It's just some of the information we have is information that the previous game gave us at the very end that's just carried over. So, like, the memories being stolen's information, but it's not that crazy of information because we knew it happened in the first game. The fact that the world ended is information that these characters have that they didn't have in the previous game, but us as players know that from the previous game, right? So there's a couple different things. But I'd argue we probably have a little bit more even regardless.
Well, maybe...
Because instead of getting pictures, we keep getting, like, more Word document kind of stuff.
Yeah, we're getting actual more... I think that might be the thing that's kind of doing it for me, is that the clues we're getting are less mysterious and less question-provoking than the stuff we got in the original. Because it's just, like you said, it's giving us more... We got pictures, now we're just getting information.
Right, but it depends on which ones you think are the more, where you are asking questions in it. Because, like, we do still have questions. It's just, like, some of those questions, like, because we're getting that I think the biggest thing that would make us ask the most amount of questions is that document that we found in Electric Avenue.
How we relate to these two organizations doing something with each other.
Well, that too. The organizations is also the next big questiony thing. Is the two different organizations, but the document thing we found on the computer in Electric Avenue was about how the world came to an end and, like, the start of that, and how it all started at Hope's Peak.
Yeah, the actual reason why we got selected and why we got taken. I was gonna say the reason why we got taken to school in the first place, but I think at that point it was still a legitimate school.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find the exact...
Well, I'm gonna read my last sentence and then you can decide when we're gonna get started. Because the one thing I did want to note, in retrospect, was that I thought it was pretty comical that Nagito was one of the most verbose of the trial participants in the last chapter, in spite of him being knocked on his ass for the entire proceeding of what was actually happening. And that has gotta be his magnum opus of bullshit, to do that much fucking around when he had no idea of what was going on. Which I just thought was kind of funny when I was thinking about it this week.
Alright, I'm trying to see here. I'm just trying to see if I can find what is, like, the exact, like, quote of the text from the laptop. But the problem is if I can't... Because most walkthroughs are gonna try to not tell me what the laptop says because they're trying to be spoiler-free walkthroughs, you know.
Well, that it might be
a with the laptop, but they won't tell me what's on it. And then the other problem is,
yeah, it's the pacing of a walkthrough is that they want to get the steps going. They don't want to get into the details because it's not really the point of a walkthrough.
Yeah, and the problem is the wiki's just gonna tell me it in full, like whatever the all of the details in full.
Well, aren't you looking...
without hiding anything, so...
I mean, if you need the information, you might as well just go there, because if the walkthroughs are going to have less likely of having it, then... you might as well.
The problem is I want to give you word for word what we got from the laptop. But the problem is if I go to a wiki, the wiki's going to fill in blanks that were left in that thing from the laptop, because the wiki's just going to have the full list of what happened and how the world ended, right? It's going to just spoil
Okay.
the game. So I can't use the wiki, because the wiki's not going to say word for word what the laptop says. It's going to say what the laptop said plus things the laptop didn't say. But I can't go to a walkthrough, because the walkthrough is just going to say, go interact with the laptop, then do this next thing. And it's not going to tell me what was said on the laptop. So,
if you can't find a direct quote of the
it
game,
might just be going to our,
you might
our
need
playthrough.
You might need to just go to a YouTube video somewhere and find it there.
That's what I was going to say. I could go to our own YouTube video, and find it, there. So I'm going to do that, I think, before we start.
I do appreciate that the first thing that I see once we're gonna start the game is just Akane's tits. That's the first visual of this chapter.
That is indeed what we are seeing.
Banner stuffing her face as per usual.
5. I just gotta find us going to... Oh, no, it'd be episode 4. Because episode 5 starts with us investigating the murder. Okay.
Yeah, we did like a half one at some point because we didn't have the time.
Here it is. I found it. That was really easy to find. I literally put my mouse on the crowbar, and all of a sudden I saw Monokuma with the Electric Avenue background, and I'm like, oh, cool. It's exactly where I need to be.
I think I'm going to turn down my space heater because it's getting a bit warm in here.
Now, the problem is because it's a rather long video, it's going to be a little... I have to wait to watch. Just click on the laptop and then just... Okay, Chiaki's looking for game consoles.
Yeah, Electric Avenue is just full of fucking junk.
Yeah.
Useless.
Luckily, okay. Okay, here okay, I clicked on the laptop. Alright. Various desktop and laptop computers, blah, 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 blah. Now we're gonna go on one to see if it's connected to the internet.
It's not, because we're on an island. Chiaki's dumb for thinking that.
No, it was our character.
Hajime, you're a fucking idiot.
Maybe I can get on the internet, was the hope.
I mean, at least Hajime is keeping the hope alive, even though he's a cynical asshole.
He notices a file named the Yasami X file, which Yasami is the name of Monami before Mono Bear beat her up and said, your name's now Monami.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that because at that point, I just did not care about that character. I was more interested in getting to know the classmates.
It's a document. Based on the format, it looks like it's some kind of report.
Okay. I don't think reports are all formatted the same, Hajime, but you can decide that.
I mean, you can still tell by looking at it that it's probably a report.
Ugh.
About the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
It's important.
The horrendous event originated...
It's the alien invasion.
With some students of Hope's Peak Academy causing a revolt. The students of the Reserve Department were...
murdered?
Dissatisfied with being treated differently than the primary department and began to fight the Academy.
And they decided to break out their samurai swords and murder the shit out of a bunch of people.
At first, the dispute was confined to the campus, and the hopes were high that it would settle down someday.
It didn't, because they murdered a bunch of people. I don't think that's going to settle anytime soon. You know,
but
those
things
murders.
quickly escalated. Behind the scenes of that rebellion, a huge authority was exerting its influence. Eventually, it spread like an infection, provoking riots in various parts of the world. It was unlike any previous act of terrorism or coup d'etat. It seemed to have a much different purpose. However, no matter what we assume, we simply cannot apply reason to this subversive moment.
I mean, I guess considering that they think it's terrorism, it's probably not an alien invasion.
Nonetheless, the destruction is not chaotic or disorganized. It's both purposeful and malicious.
We guess.
Therefore, it is a subversive movement full of despair.
What?
Hope's Peak Academy became the origin of the incident and was forced to... Whoops. I didn't read that fast enough. And was forced to put an end to their long history. There's also, while I'm reading this, there's like breaks in the words where there's letters missing. As for the students who survived, they were forced to kill each other as a lesson in despair.
Well, I mean, they weren't forced to. Junko just made them do that. If Junko was running the scenario last time, then who locked the front door? Did Junko have the key?
To the school?
Yeah, who locked the front door? Because I don't think Junko did it.
No, the students did. The world ended and they locked themselves in the school to protect themselves.
Oh yeah, and then the amnesia happened.
And then
I thought the teachers locked them in.
I mean, it was... So what happened was the Naegi's class, like that class of students, along with the headmaster, were the only people there that... And they locked themselves into the school and all, he videotaped them giving permission to do this, right?
Because he needed it for posterity?
I mean, he needed it in case, like... What happens if, like, everything settles down and the governments don't fully fall? Because, like, this is at the start of the end of the world, right? So, like, what happens if 2 days from now or 3 days from now it gets...
I mean, I guess.
Everything turns out fine. Like, you need that for... in my mind, you need that potentially for legal reasons if, like, everything turns out fine. Like, best case scenario, you need that for legal reasons. Worst case scenario, yeah, you don't need it because the world truly ended. But yeah, so what ends up happening is...
In retrospect, this is very funny.
Hajime starts thinking that what it's referring to at the end of the document with the killing game is referring to us. Yeah,
because it's literally the same scenario.
People currently in this murder game, but it's referring to the first game. So the player knows that it's referring to the first game. The Hajime doesn't know that it's referring to the first game.
I don't think Hajime really cares one way or the other.
Things that are really big new information is one, that there's something we didn't know from the first game. There's a primary group and a reserve group of students.
Well, we could have assumed that, considering how big the school was, that there probably was more than one class.
Well, but that's not reserve versus primary.
Well, it's either like a different set of teachers or a different set of students.
It's a different set of students, but it's not a different set. It's not like, oh, I'm in, class 1A, oh, I'm in class 1B. Class 1B isn't like the...
Yeah, they're like, there's the second class.
Yeah, but they're the second class of the primary group. A reserve group is a completely different student body.
Uh-huh.
So,
I guess I don't really get... I mean, I guess it's a revelation, but it doesn't seem that important.
It's just new information to lure to school, and it's also something with that reserve class is what caused the end of the world.
Yeah, we do have to remember that during the first game, the most interesting thing to happen was the murder classroom, because that was the one time that they didn't censor the gore for some reason.
Yeah.
It was very interesting, because the game didn't really explain that at all.
Well, it didn't explain...
It didn't explain what specifically happened.
Yeah, it just... We'll have to find out what exactly went down at the school itself to know what happened in that room.
Well, someone like Pico just took out a sword and just murdered 10 people.
Right.
It was ridiculous. Because it wasn't just covered in blood, it was also covered in sword marks. Everything. Sword marks
and chalk outlines of bodies.
Well, someone had to... I guess that is kind of weird that someone investigated after that happened. Because if that was during the time when the entire, society started crumbling around the school, then why would a different organization come in to investigate the murder classroom?
I mean, it could just be Monokuma drawing the body lines.
Yeah. I don't know, it seems like a bit of a coincidence.
I don't know, I'm just suggesting. But anyway...
I don't know, it just always seemed like a bigger detail that never went anywhere.
we have two organizations that we know about. One's called World Ender, one's called the Future Foundation.
Yuzume's writing reports on them and the end of the world.
We're not entirely sure if they're not the same organization or if they are indeed two different organizations. That's something that we don't quite know. And then yeah, we have this reserve class kind of revolted for how they were treated in comparison to the main class. But an organization was doing stuff behind the scenes involving the revolt with the reserve class, and that whatever organization that was helped cause the end of the world.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
And here we are into the game now.
Well, you don't have to eat anymore, Mr. Spike Beard. He just has a spike on his face.
Hey.
Well, isn't he just gonna do what he does? I don't think he's gonna change much. Does he?
I don't know, that's what she's asking.
Hey. Well...
Okay, that makes sense. I guess you can. But why? You don't have senses.
Alright!
He's already fixed. He's fine. What are you talking about? And here's Nagito, not tied up.
Sorry.
You're apologizing for that shit now, not during the trial, you fucker. What did happen yesterday? Oh, he's just reiterating the thing we already know. It's because it's you, isn't it? It's because you're the lover boy. What? I mean, it's kind of weird.
Let me tell you this.
He's wondering to himself, like, yeah, I haven't gotten it out of my head. I don't know. Am I just a coward for having it stuck on me like this? Or...
And considering you're the one who's mentioning it.
But yeah, she says, now I can go to my beloved and be forgiven. That's what she said right before she died.
She did kind of start talking like that, which is kind of weird considering she knew that she was gonna die. Is she in love with a ghost?
This, too, must be the will of causality.
You and your fucking causality line. And you're still eating and being useless. Shouldn't we be thinking about both of them as against us?
If you flinch, you will die!
You don't have to be so fucking intense, Gundam. We're not in danger right now.
Oh yeah, the thing written on... We also figured out that the thing written on the door...
Is Future
Once
Foundation?
we found out the name of Future Foundation...
They didn't figure that out earlier?
Well,
They can read it. It's right there.
It's a symbol that means future. Well, no, we knew that it was the Japanese word for future, but we didn't know why the Japanese word for future was written on it.
And apparently Hajime is not, like, impressed about the gun that's pointed directly at him. Yeah, we should go there. Let's see if we can break the fucking door open.
However...
Why can't Mekamaru just rip the door off? I mean, he's like Sakura, but now more Sakura. Because he's a robot. We were literally talking about that before we even started.
I didn't know how much the game was going to remind us of what we know, but it looks like they're going over quite a bit of stuff.
Nekamaru can just scream and be useless. But it's happening! It's right there! How did we get to this island, you big dingus? Why do we still have fucking that... Why do we have that shrine still here? Why didn't we just, like, throw it in the river?
Because it's a shrine to the dead, and everybody eventually came around to it. Don't you remember? Like, at first everybody was like, holy shit, what the fuck's this?
Well,
then,
yeah,
like,
but the two people related to it now are dead. Who gives a shit? Also, those
No,
candles haven't started this whole
everybody
building
in
on
the group.
fire.
Everybody in the group started really, like, understanding her intent.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah, now
he's
they're
bringing
talking
up
about the
fact that there's a
traitor.
Traitor, yeah.
The traitor is you, Nagito, isn't it? I mean, yeah, but that'd be too obvious. This game just really sticks to its red herrings, and Nagito has gotta be the reddest ever. I do love how he admits sometimes how much of an asshole he is, even indirectly. It's a terrible theory, but he's obvious. Wait, what? Why is he calling us the most unlikely? We're the one that has amnesia. Of course we're not the most unlikely.
Well, he's claiming that's a lie, though.
What?
He's
But
claiming,
he said
like,
it.
You don't. Yeah, well, you're the only one here who still doesn't know what your thing is. If you're basing this on,
Wait,
if we're basing this on an outsider hiding among the group of ultimates, Hajime would be doubted right away because we don't have a quote unquote ultimate power.
so we were the
Or
one who
ultimate ability.
we were the one who said the unlikely line, and then Nagito just instantly turned that on us.
No, he said all of it.
Yeah,
He
which
said,
is
huh.
why I was.
I nominate Hajime, huh? Well, isn't it normal to doubt the most
Yeah, but then
unlikely
what did he said
candidate?
we were lying? Where did the lie come from?
Well, I mean, I'm saying he's implying that we're lying. I was the one saying he was lying, not him. I said not just that, you're the only one here who still doesn't know what your ultimate process is. If we're basing it on an outsider hiding among the
Yeah,
ultimates,
I
Hajime
can
would be
read
doubted,
that. It's
but-
already on screen. I kind of want to bet on Soda being the fucking traitor, but I don't know how. I mean, it's gotta be one of you 8 people. I just have no idea which one it's gonna be. But like, my best guess would be Soda. He's so terrible at everything that there's no way anyone would fucking bet on him. What do you
It's
have
a new function.
You have a boombox? It's not a conventional function, but it's more practical. What? What? He's a soda fountain? Rui Bose.
Basically.
Are you kidding me?
That makes no sense.
I mean, Monokuma built him. Why wouldn't Monokuma put some stupid joke thing in there?
To be fair, we should know everything he could do, because what if he has something useful in his body now? We could
Right.
use his useful things.
So evil.
I mean, obviously. Yeah, but Nekomaru doesn't give a shit. Nekomaru just thinks he's fine. He's not depressed! No one is. We're just weirded out by it. What the fuck? I'll kill you until you die. What would killing her even entail? Isn't she stuffed? Wouldn't it just be like ripping stuffing open?
Hey.
Well, we also know that she can't. Just like Monokuma, she just kind of shows up again.
Yeah, but we could still kill this one.
Right, because, well, yeah, because at the beginning of the game, the whole, like, hey, let me show you that, like, I can kill anybody at a moment's notice. He killed Monami. And then Monami came back. Because rather than wasting a character on setting up that premise, they just beat up Monami.
To be fair, I mean, this is the most get-along-y the group has ever gotten along. They're kind of the most attached they've ever been. Except for Nagito, who's, like, trying to be our arch-rival for some reason. Because this has gotta be, like, the 3rd or 4th time that he's trying to throw us deliberately under the bus. Did he try to finger us as the murderer, like, 2 trials ago?
Who did?
Like, Nagito? He was like, well, obviously Hajime is the killer. Or, I don't know, he was the one who, like, was the one behind the evidence at some point.
I think so. He has constantly been messing with every single trial and intentionally like trying to mislead people during the trials to get them down paths.
Yeah, because he's a fucker.
He claims his reasoning for doing it is so that he can prove that the ultimates will always prevail.
Well, yeah,
Like,
we know his reasoning. He's just, it still makes him a fucker.
Yeah, no, he's definitely fucking around.
Unbelievable.
Huh? I'm gonna kill you with Hangman? Or I'm just gonna attack you with letters?
You two stay back.
I don't know what this says. I thought it said outside, but does it say delicious? Yeah, it says delicious.
This technique, it's impossible to defend against it or
Oh no, I can't defend myself against grammar.
now.
You said 2 seconds ago that you were allies, and then you killed her.
He beat her up. But yeah, he was
Oh,
acting
does he
like
actually
they
have
were
a
allies.
motivation that makes sense this time? Because I'd like that.
Nice.
It's a giant pile of ice cream. No, it doesn't. That is a lie. You are a liar.
Huh?
Unless your shut-in is a, I don't know, a horse. Mono Bear wants to get peed on.
Miracle.
Oh my god, the
he-
Future Foundation is on the island!
He said, don't piss your pants, and he says, well, you can as long as you keep it inside your pants and not on me. So no, he is the opposite. He didn't want to get peed on.
Huh?
That's a lie, too. If that was true, the fucking planes on the airstrip would be working.
He's
Why is he just giving us all this bullshit?
So,
So he has to be
Well-
lying.
So Monami came up and was like, hey, next island, thing. And then everybody was like, nah, I don't
Oh, is
know.
this the
She went-
motivation that he was talking about? He's like, there's a bunch of good shit there.
Yeah, he's trying to motivate us to go to the new island. Because what happened was Monami said that she got the new island for us. A bunch of people started questioning whether or not we should even go to the new island, because it feels like every time we go to a new island, there's just more reasons to start killing each other.
I
And
mean,
it's not like we're gonna find anything important. Like that's what they basically said. It's like we're not gonna find anything important. We're just gonna find out we're stranded here some more.
wait, does
And there's probably something. That's what people were saying. And then
So
Monokuma showed up and was like, Monami, don't you know how to do these things? You have to offer a carrot. And then the carrot he's offering is telling us that there's information about the Future Foundation and there's parts we can use to maybe build a ship.
Yeah, I got that. And then so were the characters actually feeling exactly the same way that I was feeling about this? It's like, we shouldn't go anywhere. There's just bullshit everywhere. We're not getting any clues to anything.
yep.
There specifically was we're not going to find a way off the island.
Oh.
That's what they were.
Because
Talking
that would have been hilarious. Well, obviously all that stuff isn't gonna be there, Nikita. Why are you trusting Mono Bear? Mono Bear is the biggest trickster in the room. And now he's gone. I don't know why you would want to know. It doesn't seem like it would change anything. Because, like, Kyoko didn't know what she was for the entire game, and she was still the best investigator.
I'm starting to get pumped up.
Like, she was solving half the trial for us. Couldn't we just... I don't know if... Unless he, like, blew up the bridge. I don't think he could trap us on an island. Because the islands are kind of, like, close-ish to each other.
I mean, it wasn't quite.
I mean, I guess they're kind of
He's
far
gonna
apart.
trap us. It was that.
We're the ultimate question marks because we're
Oh.
so boring. Damn it, we're buying skills with our brains.
Neat. I didn't know it had that. All right. All right. Let's go.
Well, let's go to the story thing and figure out what the motivation is gonna be, because maybe third time in a row, he'll actually put a good one in.
I don't know, the video game was a good one. It
No.
hinted at everybody's past. Yeah, it hinted at people's past.
No. The first motivation we got showed that the organization behind Mono Bear could, like, go out into the real world and kill people. Or at least he implied that it could. That was very interesting.
Yeah, in the first game, the very first motive was that. But yeah, the second
they're
motive
dunking
was
on their own
specifically-
minigame. It's useless to think about how she did it, so don't figure out why.
Unless you go play the thing.
Don't play it, apparently it's very boring. What the hell?
Is this an amusement park?
Why is Disneyland here? This is the worst trap ever.
That just makes it look even creepier.
Yes, it does. Is there, like, one thing we can go in, or is it, like, 5 different attractions?
It's a couple different spots still.
Well, let's go.
Yeah,
And G may work those feet.
Second. Okay.
Work your stump legs.
We have Funhouse, we have Roller Coaster, we have Nezumi Castle, we have a Horror House, and that's it. So which one do you want to do first?
Let's go to Disney Castle first, because that might have the more interesting thing in it. Considering it's the centerpiece of everything. Nezume sounds familiar. Who is it? Who is Nezumi? Oh, he's the mascot.
Also very obvious Monokuma hiding.
Oh, there it is. Then why are you here? Why are you both here?
Wow, it's savage. Hajime, who cares?
No, I would agree
She's
with him. Like, at this point, who gives a shit about what Monami thinks?
No.
So apparently Monokuma also doesn't like mice.
I thought that he was just, like, pretending to be a sibling and, like, being just empathetic. Why did that even happen? Yeah, but everyone else decided to be here too.
Monokuma.
I've been found.
Well, yeah, you were staring at us. Of course we found you.
Alright, who do you want to talk to first?
Yeah, let's see what Gundam has to say. Maybe he found a clue.
You!
Wow, he's actually interested in us for once.
You will die!
With what? Like, a bunch of corn?
I mean, you probably could satisfy them with corn.
That one's sleeping. Why would I need to satisfy him? He's asleep. Wait, really? Why the fuck is Hajime even asking this stupid question? What are you talking about, Hajime? You asked him a stupid question and you got a stupid answer.
Alright, who do you want to talk to next?
Let's talk to the robot. He's not gonna say anything useful. He's just beeping. I think your yelling does the same thing. You and your fucking functions.
Serious?
Why are you so obsessed with flight?
I mean, flight could potentially get us out of here.
It opened? Is that a clock?
That's the dumbest place to put a clock ever.
Passage of time. I don't even need to look at clocks anymore.
I think humans can do that by themselves.
There's no doubt this feature is useful in a variety of situations.
Okay, you're saying humans can just innately know that it's like 11 o'clock no matter where they are?
Well, no, it's more general than that, but I think humans have like a natural sense of sort of like that.
Yeah, we have a well, it can depending on where we are, it can get distorted. But yeah, we have a natural sense that tells if it's a day or night. But if we're like in an area where we can't see day or night long enough, we eventually get lost on it. But he can tell you the specific time no matter where he is.
What are you?
Also, this makes no sense because the natural place to put this would be on his wrist.
Yeah, well, Monokuma put it in his chest.
You could put anything infinitely more useful in that cavity.
True.
I mean, at least they put a decent clock in him. Yeah, either that or a nuclear clock. That seems like a terrible clock, though. Because...
What?
I don't know, what if you take it somewhere else? Do radio clocks naturally account for time zones?
Yeah. It properly tells you the time anywhere you are.
Huh.
It adjusts itself. You can't adjust it manually. You can't change it if you would want to. But it's always accurate to the time.
Apparently he's aware of sci-fi. Or he's just bullshitting. Kazuichi's just standing there being like, why didn't I design a cyborg? Because apparently I'm smarter than this guy. Okay, Soda, do you have anything useful to say?
I mean, the clock could become useful.
Yeah, but it's a fucking clock.
Yeah, it's an incredibly accurate clock, though.
Has he ever seen her castle?
I mean, maybe in a book. There might be a book on her homeland in the
Are we
library
sure that he's not the ultimate simp?
He is also, yeah, he is, as far as the game's concerned, yeah, I would call him the ultimate simp.
Because he's like, I'm such a simp that I read a whole book on the person I'm simping about. Just to get historical context about... Why are we talking to you two idiots again?
Well, we went to check the door, it was locked. Monokuma
Why the fuck is it locked?
Monokuma popped up and said, maybe there's a bunch of mice pressed up against the door on the other side, keeping it closed. And then they both started freaking out about it.
I mean, unless they're giant mice, that's not how mice work. Why the fuck... Seriously, why the fuck is it locked? You have to build this giant fuck-off castle, and you don't bother to put a thing in it. Fuck you, Mono Bear. This is the only interesting thing I wanted to look at. Well, let's go die on the roller coaster, I guess. Considering we have nothing else to do. Fuck you, Mono Bear, and your dumb asshole. I don't think this roller coaster is gonna work since it's two-dimensional. Are you sure? Is there anything here we can actually do? Or is this island completely pointless?
Well, Monokuma said there's apparently clues about the Future Foundation here.
But he said it was under maintenance, so what is he talking about? I mean, I agree with Hajime, no one's gonna ride it considering the cars are all cardboard.
Come on.
What?
Look forward to it, okay?
Okay, fine, whatever.
He's claiming by the time we check out everything, the roller coaster.
I did read what he said. Let's
a lot of times you missed what he said. Anyway,
let's just leave. Wait, what? How was that there? We just looked over. That was like 2 seconds.
Oh, I knew where it was. That's why.
Okay, let's just leave. Why the fuck are we talking to Akane? I just wanted to go away.
She might have found something. Oh, no, she didn't.
It's Akane! She never found anything in her goddamn life.
Alright, we have the horror house and the fun house. Which one do you want to go do first?
Let's go have fun first. I think horror house is gonna be a good ender. This was just made out of crayon drawings. Throw Nagito in front of the train. As revenge. Isn't it supposed to be a fun train ride through a bunch of goofy nonsense? Why the fuck are we talking to you everywhere?
Yes, indeed.
Ugh.
Nonetheless, your body will be crushed asunder by then.
Why are you now threatening us?
Hey, so...
Wait, we all have to ride it simultaneously?
Monokuma says he will bring us to the funhouse on the train, but we all have to go together.
That's ridiculous. Why would you do that on an island of 8 people?
Your body will be crushed asunder
Why are you
by
still threatening us? This entire scenario is this trap. You need these sub-traps. Seriously, I want to throw him under the train.
Hey,
Tie him up, put him on the tracks.
Alright, to the horror house.
But we forgot to kill Nagito.
Alright, see anything interesting at the horror house?
There's paint, there's dogs, and no, there's zombies in the windows.
No, there's paint, yeah, there's stuff, but,
Grammy
the
house?
sign, Asumi house.
Oh.
Usami, as in, and then on the door it says Shitami instead of Monami.
That's very petty for Mono Bear to do. I'm just gonna.
But yeah, it's the horror house is actually Monami's house.
And then he just shot the building for no reason. Why is Fuyuhiko here? It seems like the last place he'd ever be. It was a rocket full of paint.
I don't know, I think he just splashed paint on her house.
Oh,
You can
let's.
see who do you want to talk to first?
Let's talk to Fuyuhiko. I want to figure out why the hell he's even here.
I don't like this.
Well, he's a team player now, so he's helping investigate the island.
Yeah, but this is the place he chose to go to?
Dumbass.
Okay, he has no information.
Perhaps.
I do love how everyone instantly, gets over their grief the instant that they're gone. Well, yeah, obviously. Why didn't you just, go into a corner and stay there forever? I don't know why you're still even talking to us, considering you're a useless character who can't do anything. I mean, I guess you are giving us clues to the scenario and, why you're actually the most evil character. Well, yeah, she's just been crying about her house. Oh yeah, I forgot you were our teacher. It's been that long. I wouldn't really call this bullying, to be honest. I mean, it's still kinda cute, it's just fucked up. I've gotten, tons of clues in there. Well, let's go back to the roller coaster, considering that every place we went to had nothing.
Yep, to the roller coaster we go.
This island better have something going on at some point, because I'm getting kind of pissed off that there's been nothing here. Everything's just been locked and broken. Thank Christ, everyone gathered.
Want me to tell you?
Oh yeah, you were the one that wasn't anywhere. Is the treat death? Because I think that we're just gonna die. Okay, then just stay here, dork.
What?
Why is it ultra delicious?
Monokuma decided to name it that.
Was he just, really hungry when he built all this stuff? Because he's been saying, this is the second time he's just called stuff delicious for no reason.
What are you saying?
already know.
He's so pissed off about this that he's crying.
He says he gets really bad car sickness and that he doesn't do well on roller coasters. I get that. I get not wanting to go on it. I don't like certain things as well.
Well, yeah, but now he's just... It seems like he's overreacting. Wouldn't it just take us back here? Isn't that how fucking roller coasters work?
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
You go fast, and it's... I don't know.
I am ashamed.
Your country's boring. Gundam is a stick in the mud. He went to hell.
Apparently.
How did he survive?
Hey.
Because you know what a demon is. A demon's a pretty good, efficient thing at killing people. Apparently he's also a murderer.
That is.
Which is it's a real shame. But
I
we're already here. That doesn't even make sense.
Blood doesn't mean that you have to die. If the entity is the blood of a virgin, it doesn't mean it has to be all of her blood.
Well, yeah, but I don't imagine Gundam, like, doing the fucking, like, slow thing of, like, methodically getting it. I mean, that would also depend on his persona being, like, any degree of real.
Understood.
What's he doing? Oh, he's putting him on the train.
To force him on the ride so that we can get our prize.
Now then.
I wonder if they animated this. Akane has 3 buttons on her, well, 2 buttons on her shirt.
There are literally nuts and bolts coming off of,
How is that happening?
Nekomaru.
And Nagito's just fine with this. Why is Gundam dying?
I think maybe barf from Kazuichi hit him in the face? I can't tell, because there's white shit
Oh,
on
yeah, that
Gundam's-
does make
around
sense.
Gundam's mouth, so maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, that was a mistake on Gundam's part.
Everybody else seems to be having fun, though.
Kazuichi, well, Nekomaru is just going insane. Because he's literally breaking apart. I do love how Fuyuhiko couldn't give him less of a shit. He's just like, cool.
Yeah, basically.
Feels like all the screws in my body are gonna fly off.
Is the centrifugal force like 10 times what it is than the front of the car for him?
Gundam's line kind of made it sound like he's also getting, like, woozy from it, because he said, "Be still my heart," which makes it sound like he's maybe just getting woozy.
I'm gonna die. Wreck me.
And Tchotchke fell asleep.
Yeah, apparently she fell asleep.
I mean, it kind of looked fun, but then again, it was just a still photo.
I mean, these games are on the Vita, and I don't.
Oh, come on, the GBA can do cutscenes.
I think there's animated.
And they were
stuff maybe
slightly
in the
better than
next
just
one.
PNGs.
Hey.
That's bullshit.
Yes, indeed.
The fucking
I mean-
Vita can't do cutscenes.
There's couple cutscenes in this game because all the deaths are cutscenes. Anyway, he's handing us a book. It has the future symbol on it.
Oh yeah, that is the thing. It's just sideways. And they pointed it out just for the incredibly dumb people named me.
Hey.
This file has like 5 pages in it. How is that gonna help anything? This is like the tiniest file ever. Wait, why is Nagito reading it? What the fuck is this nonsense?
Those are all
Wait, that's
photos
a
from the
picture
first
of the
game.
fucking first. That's the first class. That's that fucking,
Oak Street
like,
Academy,
lunch
ironically,
meeting thing.
Yeah. Oak Street Academy, ironically.
Isn't this just telling us what we already know?
What the players already know, not the characters. Besides, it might have more information. We have to.
Also, when did this... Is that when Mono Bear exploded? Because I don't remember anyone, like, attacking Mono Bear with, like, a laser beam.
Yeah, that
like a
looks
rocket
like
fist.
when at the very beginning of the game, there's like a moment where he starts beeping, and they're like, "Shit, throw him!" And they throw him in the air, and he blows up. So I think that's the shot of him being thrown in the air and blowing up.
What? I mean, what's Toko doing in the bottom photo?
That's when Genocide Jill attacked
She
what's
kind
her
of
name? Asahina.
she sort of stabbed her a little bit.
She cut her. She cut her arm. But yeah, I don't remember exactly what led up to it, but
Well, this is a font of information, I guess. Did we actually... Was Junko like the death of the final trial? Did we actually kill Junko?
there was a punishment time where she went through every single punishment.
Oh yeah,
throughout
now
the
I
entire
do.
game.
Now I do remember. There's the most useless character in the universe on the bottom left. Let's just put like a bunch of... Wait, are they talking about Makoto?
Well, Nagita is saying, why is he in this photo?
Oh, Byakuya. Sorry, that completely went over my head. Yeah, that is the more interesting part. I completely forgot about that. God, how unlucky must that guy have been to have been in both the murder scenarios?
Impossible.
This is...
But again, this is something we already know. So this isn't new information.
Hey, bastard. That's obviously impossible.
Well, I mean, a lot of iron plates can lock out a bunch of... The fucking locked front door was in the photos. How did they not understand this? It's like, obviously it was a locked room situation.
Of course not.
I don't think he would be able to tell us any of this. It didn't seem like he had any memory of it.
However,
See, Sonia gets it. Sonia can remember the 5 minutes that Byakuya lived here.
Yes.
Hey,
I don't know, did Byakuya know? Because it sounded like he didn't.
Well, we just got a flashback, right? The flashback read Byakuya saying this.
Okay, so he thinks he knows. Because I thought he was just talking about his personality. It's like, you know, I don't really like people and they don't like me back. So it kind of sucked. Is it?
Drill.
Mono Bear was also in the file, and he's right here, so that could kind of give you a guess. Hajime.
No, no.
But Mono Bear is lying.
Impossible.
Is this file gonna give us the information that Junko was controlling Mono Bear, and then we're gonna ask about that too? Because I think that would be kind of pertinent information, considering that, you know, it'd be natural to assume that the same thing's happening.
Who knows?
Oh, fuck you.
however,
No, you did it! We weren't able to get in the castle, or like the house thing.
This too must be the will of causality.
Why does he keep saying causality?
Correct.
Does he care about time travel?
Well, the will of causality would be the fate.
Oh, yeah, that does make more sense. Kind of. I mean, fate, the wills of timelines.
So it's like, it's now been gathered that the only place we haven't been able to search is inside, or is the funhouse. 'cause we all
the
have to get
train.
on the train.
The train we need to use to kill Nagito. Because seriously, he's been doing it to us, we should do it back to him. It's only fair. To be honest, I think Nagito has a good chance of being one of the survivors, just because I don't think this game is going to have the balls to kill one of their quote-unquote most quote-unquote most interesting characters. By default, he's kind of the most interesting just because everyone else is so boring. Which is kind of weird, considering I can see all of them, and they look like the most ridiculous people on the planet. And yet they're kind of boring.
However,
Is it creepy? I thought it was just like all pastel colored and crayon. Why is Nagito so interested in us? Is he like jealous of us because we're the protagonist of this game and he used to be the protagonist of the previous game? Also, they didn't bring up that Makoto looked like him at all. I figured that'd be kind of like a worthwhile thing to bring up.
He doesn't look like him quite enough, is the thing.
I mean, he looks like him a bunch.
But not enough to be the same person.
You guys need to start looking at the finer details.
This is enough to look reminiscent.
This is how Mikan almost got away with her crime. It's because we did look into the finer details. And I'm saying that as someone who voted for the wrong person. Does Gundam just not care that his life is in danger? Because it's just like, fuck it, I'm having fun. This sounds like a good time. He just doesn't... What? So Hajime just doesn't care that he's walking into a trap, but he's panicking at the same time?
Oh, that's narration from the future.
Wait,
like, looking back.
It is?
Because
I thought they stopped doing that.
I was panicking. Maybe it was... No, they do it at the beginning of every chapter and at other important moments. Maybe it's because we were shown a new mystery on that Future Foundation file, but I was panicking.
Well, is this like a day forward in the future, or is this like I survived the whole thing and I'm recounting it to someone else?
It doesn't really matter, because like
I guess it doesn't.
It's the same thing that every both the first game and the last game has done at the beginning of every single chapter, where like our character, presumably it doesn't matter if we're after the whole game or we're just after the chapter, but our character is talking about the previous, like, this chapter as if it was already done.
It does seem like Makoto was like, this is the thing I've said 3 days afterwards. It didn't seem like it was him, like, 3 months afterwards being like, okay, I'll tell you the whole story of how I almost died.
I always think of it as, like, after the chapter. Like, at the end of the chapter.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Alright, do you want to talk to anybody, or...
Should we talk to any... Let's talk to Nagito. Maybe they'll give us the opportunity to kill him.
Now then.
Okay, let's just say get on the train.
Damn it. This is the perfect opportunity to fuck over Nagito, and we're not taking it. It's not that scary. I mean, we might die in there, but we don't know that. Is Akane just, like, pointing something out to Sonia?
Must be.
And Nagito's having the time of his life back there. He's having so much fun.
Please be careful of where you step. Also, it's dangerous to stand up all of a sudden.
Why is it moving very fast?
Like you have time to do that.
No, it's not moving very fast.
What are you talking about? Is this, like, really short? Or did it just stop for no reason? Okay, so we're...
Is this gas?
Wait, what?
So we drove into a tunnel, and then Monokuma said it's dangerous to stand up, but not that we'd have time to do that, and then the gas went off.
I'm guessing that's a Japanese reference because it doesn't really make that much sense.
What do you mean?
They compared our like heavy feeling bodies to mollusks, which is like that's not really a saying for us. Well,
yeah, that is
whatever.
a weird way to word that.
I do appreciate how flowery Hajime's language is, just to make his narration actually interesting. Oh, here's my alternate dimension. Why are we in Strawberry Land? What the fuck are they doing? We're gonna have to solve a murder mystery in Strawberriesville. Here's Strawberry, Oklahoma. It's very fucked up. Although, knowing our luck, we probably do have, like, a Strawberry, Minnesota somewhere.
We could.
Because we have, like, the dumbest names for small towns ever.
What?
I agree.
Nimrod, Minnesota. Anyway.
We do still have Gaylord. They haven't bothered to change that in 150 years. It's like a tiny town around Park Rapids. And Tchotchke is just... what?
That's obviously wrong.
Oh, I guess it would make sense that some people are probably still under the effects. So I guess that kind of makes sense. And Tchotchke's just a naturally sleepy person.
Yeah, she's naturally lethargic.
Which is kind of weird considering she seems to be one of the more motivated people. To actually, like, help.
I mean, you can want to help and still be a sleepy person.
Yeah, but, you know, motivation tends to keep you awake. Focus.
Yep.
Alright, so we're in Strawberry Hearth, which is apparently part of the funhouse, according to Monokuma.
I know that they're gonna, like, probably do the whole murder here. This seems kind of dumb. But it's not as dumb as the previous chapters. I guess it's just kind of weird that they're like, oh, we're just gonna force you to do it here. Instead of, like, the murderer being able to choose. They're divided by quality? What? Why wouldn't they all be equal? Oh, because they can't do the murder setup, so well. The final dead room. Why is it like a video game or an escape the room puzzle? When you pass through it, you die. That's the killing floor. There's a tower that explodes. Why did he put another bomb in this building? This is a very confusing setup, but sure.
It is a fun house, so a confusing setup makes sense.
Yeah, while making sense and being a good idea are completely two different things.
Hey.
Yeah, like, why?
What's this?
Why are we doing this? Why are you just trapping us in this building now? Is this just the thing that he decided to do for a lark? If you can't leave, you'll die. Well, that's kind of interesting. But that's probably not going to be what they're doing.
Hey, Viva killing!
Yeah, I thought they were going to do an interesting thing, and it turns out to not be the interesting thing. Because it could kind of be interesting if they're like, hey, you know, you can get out of here if you murder somebody, or there's an incredibly elaborate escape the room puzzle that you can work on.
I mean,
and that it's so hard to do that the person is just able to do the murder before they figure it out.
Well, yeah, I mean, he didn't say that there wasn't a way for us to get out. He just said he wasn't going to let us out until the killing starts.
I mean, I guess that's always
true. If we
true.
let ourselves out, that's different.
Well, that seems very doubtful.
He also said there's a room that if we go in it, we have to pick a difficulty.
Well, yeah, but we also don't know if he's just gonna kill us anyway if we go in there.
Well, yeah, we'll have
It
to,
could
we'd
just,
have
it
to
just be
attempt it.
it could just be a complete dead end.
How foolish of me!
I mean, I guess that solves the answer that Nekomaru does have human senses still, considering that he fell for the gas anyway, despite being a robot. Or they did that. That does make sense.
Huh?
Oh,
How would you have insomnia? You're a robot. Wait, what? Why is it outside of you? That sounds terrible. Well, what do you mean your other functions? What other functions get put to sleep? What ones gets to stay active?
Jeez.
Man.
I mean, he wasn't always a robot, so yeah, Gundam. That'd be kind of a thing. That would be a thing. Is Chachki the only one that, like, references that he's Mechamaru? Doesn't everyone call him by his original name?
Yeah, everybody calls him Nekomaru except for her. She calls him Mekamaru.
Huh.
At least I'm pretty sure.
Hey, hey.
So, who hit Mechamaru's button?
Not sure. They just must have found a way to hit his button.
I think it was in the back, so did Nagito do it?
He was in the middle-ish area. Nagito was in the way back.
Yeah, he was in the most back, but I forgot where Nekamaru was. I remember Soda was in the front, and I think Akane was in the center because she was next to Sonia.
Amazing.
That was very weird. What were you doing? Are you getting
Well,
off by how
so-
great everyone is?
He was getting off at the fact that, like, immediately it was suggested, well, there's got to be if there was a way to get us in here, there's a way to get us out. So let's start searching. And so he's like, ah, yes, just like the Ultimates to be amazing, right?
Well,
To not get even worry for a second and start, solving the mystery.
Well, let's team up with Chachki because she's the best. We have to grab her immediately.
Damn.
Even if we have to drag her sleepy ass with us. Wait, Fuyuhiko and Akane?
That Fuyuhiko said, all right, Akane, come with me.
That is a very weird choice. I figured he'd pick, like,
this-
Nekamaru.
Apparently there's something he wants to talk to her about.
Wait, seriously?
That's what he said.
Huh. Oh. Yeah, he did say that. I only saw the first sentence. Yeah, it's almost like it's like one of the tallest versus the shortest. That. Why is Nagito just pointing out the fucking obvious?
Damn right. Miss Sonia.
Yep.
however,
What? When did that happen?
I don't know, apparently while we were still talking about other stuff.
He didn't get dumb, Sonya just doesn't, like, see anything in him. You're
Now then.
You're so honestly as popular as a dead rat at this point, Sonya.
huh?
Yep.
Damn it, this is why we didn't call dibs. This is what happens. Chachki got stolen away by Nagito of all people.
Huh?
Wait, why would Soda wanna... Because he's trying to avoid us.
Hey.
He's the one who hung out with us with the bikini thing. We hung out with him for an hour for no reason. Oh my god, Nagito's trying to turn other people against us too. This is what Nagito does. Nagito's trying to isolate us and, like, kill us that way. Either that or he's just trying to generically fuck us over. See, this is why I said we should have killed him with the train. Well, I don't know about the real you either, fuckface. What about you? I've only hung out with you for an hour.
So now he's claiming like, well, you were the one to say, hey, let's all go to the fun house.
Well, I was the one who was investigating and getting all the fucking details, you twit. You were just standing at the castle, putting your thumb up your ass. Well, no one wants to go with Nagito. Nagito!
I feel like it's smart to
How?
go in a...
How is Nagito more trustworthy than us?
Because he's more willing to go with Nagito, I guess, than us somehow.
I get that everyone knows what his deal is and no one knows what ours is, but Nagito's, like, we know Nagito's a dickhead. Gee, we don't say that. We could have called dibs on that, you fucking freak. Now we have to go with Nekomaru. Look at what Nagito did. Nagito turned 3 people against us, including himself. I mean, Nekomaru, you could just punch your way through the wall or something. You're the toughest. You were the toughest person, and now you're even tougher. Well, let's go.
Okay, he's just saying the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm looking
It's
around
very
for
red.
Give me a second, I'm looking around for Monokuma's.
Is it behind the flower pot? Because there's that weird brown thing.
No, I think that's just stems of the flowers. Like the leaves of the flowers.
Huh. Where the fuck is the exit of this room? Everything looks the same.
Okay.
Do we have to climb the slide? Oh yeah, we are on the 3rd floor. Well, he's not talking about his piss.
Oh, there's a Monokuma.
Oh, we get full movement like the original this time?
I've been found.
Is this the I don't remember.
Yeah,
Is this like the first time that we've gotten full movement?
No, we have it when we're in the resort area.
Oh yeah, we do. There's just a giant shovel in the corner. Where's the door? Sure.
Oh, so we came down the stairs, and then everything's kind of like hard to spot because it. You know,
It's all the same color.
So these are the crummy rooms.
Well, he said go to the lounge, so I guess we'll go there.
Want to go to? Okay, we'll go into the lounge.
How are you guys doing? Who's that guy on the ceiling? What is the label? Read the label. Well, that's not exactly useful. Here's Dr. Wily, but as a teacher. He's gonna turn all the students into robot gardeners. What? What the fuck kind of joke was that? His name's so hard to pronounce, said the Japanese guy.
We have a clock, we have Sonia, we have a Gundam, and we have a telephone.
Let's use the telephone, even though it's not going to do anything. Maybe they'll do a Silent Hill thing and someone else will pick up. Doesn't even look like it has a dial. It's covered in grapes. What the fuck kind of phone is this? Why don't we just order up some wine?
Let me tell you this.
Okay. But I already touched it. And I hit the only button on it. So what else could I do with it, you twit?
This too must.
Does he have, like, a psychic connection with his hamsters? Or is he just letting them walk around?
He's probably letting them rock around, and if they find anything important, they come back and start, like, trying to get his attention or something, because they're really well-trained animals, because that's his shtick.
I think his shtick at this point is just being incredibly obtuse.
I mean, yeah, he's got this weird whole fantasy world that, like, he finds ways to explain everything in terms of his fantasy world instead of how the actual world works. So like, there's a weird, like, translation you can, like, do with a lot of the things he says to figure out what the fuck he's talking about.
And Sonia's gung-ho about something.
I'll leave that matter to your discretion.
Then why are you getting gung-ho and deciding not to do anything?
Alright, we also have a clock.
Why do we need to give a shit about this clock? It doesn't seem that useful.
It's a clock. Alright.
Yes, it's a clock.
We can check the crummy rooms.
Here's the terriblest room ever. Was that just like a fan going? I mean, it is pretty terrible.
The only thing we can interact with is the monitor.
It's one broken.
In every room. Oh, this does look like a crappy room. Alright.
Well,
look around in any other rooms.
Let's go to the other door.
Alright, here's the other crummy room.
It's
probably,
gonna,
if I had to guess,
it's gonna look exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna guess.
Oh, this one has papers on the floor.
Oh, the other one, first of all, these are pillows to sit on around the table.
How the fuck is that a pillow? They look like pieces of paper.
I mean, they're not very thick pillows, I'll give you that.
I think that's
we go look at the one standard room.
They're having sex in there.
So someone's inside the standard room.
You guys aren't having sex.
Hey!
Well,
Wait, they didn't notice us? Guys, I literally just walked in here. Is he apologizing for something? I love you.
Hey! Huh?
so.
Oh, they're talking about the Nekomaru thing. Does she feel anything at all except hungry?
I know.
This is just like super projection, isn't it?
What?
Like he's just projecting his own feelings about Pico onto Akane.
Potentially.
So.
Akane literally doesn't care.
Damn it. Sorry.
Huh?
I lost someone I knew since we were 8 years old.
Huh?
Well, that was something. Wait, we have to get the thing though. The thing.
We'll have to come back at some
Damn
point
it.
to try to get the bear.
Game, you're fucking us over on our collectibles. I don't know if she didn't understand it. It seemed more like she just didn't care.
Where'd Nekomaru go?
He went to one of the... I mean, he either
He was
went...
right here.
Yeah, I know. I saw him.
Oh, maybe he's in a deluxe room.
What the fuck is that? Is that a time machine? Or
I
the
have no
stupidest
idea.
looking bed in the universe?
It might just be like a really stupid decorative piece. We
No,
are
that
in a
is-
funhouse.
That is the bed, so it's not the bed.
Yeah, this is the bed. It might just be some weird decorative
Apparently
piece.
there's nothing in here.
Nothing to interact with, no.
Here's my skull. I filled it full of lollipops for no reason.
In the other deluxe room, or did he go down to the first floor?
I'm thinking first floor at this point.
Oh, he's in the deluxe room.
Damn it, Nekomaru, I lost that bet. Why are you in here? To be fair, he is right. Everyone else is just quiet. And very close to the chest on their feelings. Is Nekomaru gonna die next?
Hmm.
Someone's gonna hit his...
I do know, but
Yeah, it's kind of the problem with the one-sided LP concept is that there's no surprises.
Once we start playing the Ace Attorney games, though, then we'll both be able to theorize together, because I haven't played them. I've been specifically waiting, so once we're done with Danganronpa, we're gonna go start playing those.
Nekomaru's following us. Kill
It's
him!
just, you know, we have 2 more Danganronpa games.
Nekomaru is not small enough for these bathrooms. Well, that was useful information. Okay. And why are you permanently constipated? You're a robot.
He's a robot. He doesn't poop.
Then what the fuck is he talking about? Oh, let's hit that grapes button. There's probably an emergency phone in it. Damn it, someone hit the emergency phone button. Nagito.
Who do you want to talk to? Do you want to talk to anyone?
Chachki probably has information. Let's talk to her. Chachki, what do you got? She's feeling well, never mind. Yeah, but those fruits don't have the look, you know. Strawberries are very recognizable.
Strawberries do have, like, the brand recognition. They're like the fruit of all fruits when it comes to, like, boom. Like,
that's what a fruit is.
Them and bananas. Them, bananas, and apples, probably. Like, I feel like those are, like, the 3 most, like, common used in images for stuff. Like, if you need a picture of a fruit, you go grab a strawberry, an apple, or a banana.
Okay, let's go talk to Nagito, and then we'll give Kazuichi a swirly. Actually, this might have been a mistake. Why the fuck did I say go talk to Nagito? The asshole that keeps turning people against us. Oh yeah, you're apologizing to us now. Not when you were fucking getting Kazuichi on your side. What? He just ran all the way here behind us to talk to us?
I mean, he's quote-unquote traveling with us, right? We're searching for stuff in pairs.
So what, do we need to go in the elevator? Or do we need to go in the girls' room?
No, we need to probably look at the death door room.
Oh, I forgot about the fucking escape the room game. It's very creepy.
Allow me to explain.
You didn't explain earlier?
I mean, you mentioned selecting a difficulty, but didn't quite explain what it particularly entails.
Oh, so there is a... What? What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, we can save this game at any time. Can't we just, like, have infinite tries at this?
Nah, it's a story-related thing. We'll eventually undertake it as part of the story. But, like... it's a game if you apparently get something if you manage to survive it. But he did mention difficulties of it before.
That'd be kind of a silly place to, considering how dangerous it is, to murder somebody in there. I figured someone would be, like, murdered in their room.
So there's only one button next to the elevator. It's a great button. Just like the phone.
Do we need to go, like, answer the phone to use the elevator for some reason? Why don't you just send him in there? He's a robot, man. He can't be killed.
I mean, he can probably be killed, but not as easily as other people.
Yeah. I don't know how shitty Mono Bear built him, so I don't know how easy it would be to kill him.
Show some spirit.
Okay, so the elevator doesn't seem to be working, but he says everybody's gonna gather at.
Well, yeah,
Strawberry Hall.
it's the interesting place. Yeah, hit the button. Okay.
Huh?
There's another door. Okay, so they just built a tower, but, like, for no reason.
Jeez.
Because usually when you build a tower, you put things in the tower, you don't just make, like, a giant empty room and call it a tower. It might have something to do with the giant grapes. Considering that Nekomaru didn't understand what the word open meant, I don't think he's going to be much help to us anymore.
Oh?
Well, I doubt that.
I see.
Well, Nekomaru just tear the door off. If you believe that that's what it is. Damn it, Nekomaru, I believed in you, and look at what you did.
Show some spirit.
He's gonna go into, I don't know, Saiyan mode? He didn't go into Saiyan mode. Maybe if he breaks the doorknob off, he can just start kicking the door in.
I see. Oh.
Alright, so we're gonna go discuss it with everybody.
Well, we didn't find out a lot about anything.
It was more like we got acquainted with the space and where everything is, but yeah, we didn't find any clues fully yet.
You know what, did somebody get, like, attacked near the elevator? Oh, what, are they attacking Mono Bear? Let's ask Mono Bear, because he's probably gonna tell us what happened.
Yeah, Mono Bear is probably the person we have to talk to do.
I mean, even though he's obtuse and ridiculous, he usually tells us what's going on.
Alright, he just referred to it as the Strawberry House side.
Why, is there another building attached to this building? It's a contact elevator?
Let me ask.
I've never heard of that before. Oh. Why would you call that an elevator, then?
So it can move up, down, and left, right.
Yep. Huh? Hey, see ya later!
We're just gonna go to Grape House?
Huh?
Yeah, apparently we're gonna go to Grape House.
Let's just make this even bigger!
Are we screwed?
Let's have double the floor
Show
space.
some spirit.
I mean, of course not. Huh?
And with this terrible shark teeth I have, who would be scared of anything? I can just bite my way through all of my problems. It's a giant puzzle.
Hey,
Is this taking us to, like, the alternate trial courtroom?
No, it's apparently taking us to Grape House.
Well, yeah, but we don't know what Grape House is.
That's true.
You must not.
Is this a second trap? Why would there be a second trap? Why are they playing the mysterious music?
Because we're investigating a new area.
Welcome!
Now I'll just get the Mono Bear theme going.
Now he's gonna explain the layout of Grape House.
It's hexagonal for some reason. Is this exactly the same as this strawberry house?
It's the same, like, 3-floor structures, but we have to see if it's the exact same. I don't remember.
Well, it looks like there's a park on the 3rd floor, too. And also a death game.
I don't see the death game.
Isn't that a death game on the 3rd floor?
First of all, the death game's on the 1st floor. On the other side. But I don't know, we'll have to find out what's on the 3rd floor there.
Yeah, but isn't Mono Bear telling us that now?
Yeah, he literally said there's no final dead room.
Oh.
Okay, and then you go into Grape Tower. There's a Monokuma archive on the 3rd floor.
Oh.
You want to know about my proud accomplishments and contributions, feel free to study the literature there.
Oh, cool. We can finally figure out how the not-alien invasion happened.
Like,
I mean, how long are we gonna be here?
Until someone kills someone or we find a way out.
Is that a statue of Sakura?
I'll have to look at it.
Well, I can't tell. It's at the side.
yoo-hoo!
Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
So yeah,
He's
so
gonna
we have
starve us out.
We have to either starve to death, kill someone, or
Solve the death
or find
game?
another way to escape, or find another way to escape, which may involve solving the death game.
In other words,
This is incredibly fucked up for this series.
There you go. You wanted a better motive. You got a better motive. Starve to death or kill someone. That's a good motive.
Well, yeah, but how are we gonna be able to murder someone when we're on an empty stomach and barely, like, moving?
Well, they're also going to be on an empty stomach and barely moving. Now, Kevin, that depends if the idea is that we'd probably kill someone before we get to that state. Because, yeah, as you said, it'll be too late if you get so weak you have no energy to kill.
Well, there's no way that Akane is gonna be the murderer then, because that's too obvious. Which means that she's the red herring.
I don't want that!
Akane is gonna start eating Fuyuhiko, like, right now.
Jeez.
Well, what about you, Mr. I don't need to eat ever? He's just standing there screaming panic.
Hey. Right? Huh? All right.
hey!
Like,
Yeah, we left with Gundam again.
I don't know why she's so fast. What is she so motivated by?
Looks like you're being avoided, not just rejected.
hey.
You got stuck with Nagito, of all people.
Then I see. Show some spirit.
We don't need spirit to investigate.
Looks like there's a bathroom here.
Okay.
A clock. There's a bronze statue of you, of it labeled ogre.
Why did one of the dickheads from the first game make this statue?
I mean, presumably Monokuma might have made it.
She's not that fucked up looking.
Alright, we're gonna go explore Grape Tower first, so let's go to Grape Tower.
There's gonna be nothing there, just like the first one.
Show some spirit. Huh?
What did he start shouting at? Nothing? Because there's nothing here.
I see.
I'm guessing that's going to be important for some reason, that the door has a 3-second delay on it for no reason. Well, obviously the killer couldn't kill them through the door because there was a delay on it. 3 seconds means that it's a perfect alibi. Should we have Nekomaru try to destroy this door even though he can't?
It looks exactly the same basically as Strawberry Tower, except it's green and she's got grapes in her mouth.
Indeed.
Now we have a strawberry door on the other side.
Which means they're probably connected together.
Huh? I see.
Hold it.
Why is Tchotchke here?
What?
Why do you think the door's gonna blow up? Well, they got into fighting because Nagito continues to be dumb. So, now I'm here.
As she said, it's exhausting to be around those two.
That is fair.
She ran to join our group.
Did she officially join our group?
I mean, she ran to us and is now kind of hanging out with us, so presumably she's joining our group.
Well, just try it. It's a fucking door. Even if it's not gonna work, we have to confirm that it's broken.
Want me to tell you?
How did you figure this out? Okay.
Hey, hey.
They even pulled out the mystery music for this. Yes.
See?
So she's just guessing, right?
I mean, she's saying what you were saying, where they're connected.
Yeah, but we don't know that.
We don't know for sure unless we can get the door open.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, that thing's rumbling, so I gotta go turn it off.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna go turn something off, I'm gonna go run and change my laundry into the dryer.
Sure. Which is really gonna be annoying because my furnace is actually broken.
Is it? That sucks. Especially with it getting cold.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna get
At least it's not like the middle of winter. We had ours at my parents' place when I was living there. Go out in the middle of the winter once. We had it was a very cold morning.
mm-hmm.
By the afternoon, we got someone there because it was, kind of one of those like, all right, get out here because you literally can't live in this house in the middle of winter if there's no heat because it's Minnesota and you would freeze to death.
I'm gonna be getting an estimate for it on Tuesday, so I had to deal with this all week. And probably more, to be honest, because apparently they're kind of labor short right now.
Fisk. You should have called my company, except we don't do residential, so that's a joke. But we fix stuff.
Yeah,
And you're probably out of our range of editing. Well, no, we do stuff all the way in St. Cloud, so maybe we'd go to you.
Well, yeah, but I would
we've
also
done stuff as far as Duluth, but I don't think we do like. We typically need to have like a company needs to hire us from multiple locations in Duluth to make it worth our while.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't want to do the frickin' travel charge, so that's kind of a problem.
No, I mean, once again, as I said, I don't think I could even get them to do it for you because you're residential, but.
Ugh.
All right.
Well,
Hey. You.
that is a fair thing to be annoyed about. Yes!
That's right.
Hell yeah! Kazuichi finally laying down the smack. You are untrustworthy! Have you ever, stopped to think about the actions that you do? Are you serious?
Shut up! Shut up!
What?
All right, everybody's here now.
But that doesn't even make sense. Nagito's an asshole, but that doesn't mean that frickin' you would not trust anybody.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so everything in Grape House is useless.
I mean, there's the archive that probably has stuff.
Why is it locked?
I don't get this.
Probably not, because he said feel free to peruse it at your leisure, so it's probably not.
Fuck.
Damn it.
They're gonna resort to cannibalism first, aren't they? Well, and that too.
You insolent fool!
What the... Well, Sonia, we have to think about this. There's literally no food here. It's either that or someone's gonna be murdered.
Did you notice that? I'm pretty sure she just used one of Gundam's lines instead of her own lines.
Are you sure?
Like, you insolent fool is what Gundam says.
Yeah, but she talks with those inflections sometimes.
Close.
Like the silly thing.
Hey, hey.
I shall engulf this world.
Oh yeah, the flowers. Oh, apparently they're inedible.
No, he's saying our cursed flowers from Hell's Garden so that they can feed the fourth star day. Like, in other words, his hamsters can eat sunflower seeds. He's just making it.
Why is he talking about HP now? I thought he didn't care about games. Well, that's great. That's great that the fucking hamsters are gonna be fine. But as you can see, Gundam, you're a person. And we have no fire, so we're gonna have to eat fucking tchotchke raw.
Now then.
Do we even have any reports? Seems like no one knows anything.
Everybody's gonna give reports of what they found, apparently.
It's all nothing.
Of course.
Why are we competing now?
Alright, who do you want to hear first?
Should we go from bottom to top and talk to Akane first? Because Akane's
Akane's
just
not
gonna
give her
freak out.
team's report. I believe Fuyuhiko is giving his team's report. So Fuyuhiko's giving one report.
Oh my.
Yep, Akane is useless.
Yeah. So Fuyuhiko's giving his team's report.
Let's talk to Gundam
I
next. Gundam's
don't
gonna be next
remember which
useless.
one. I think Sonia is giving his team's report. Oh no, okay, Gundam's giving his team's report.
This.
Well, it's not a discovery if you're mentioning something that Monokuma said when we were all there.
Hey, hey.
You found parts here?
Kneel.
The Overlord of Ice.
The little ice of the destroyed world of death.
Yeah, but why the fuck are you calling yourself Ice? What the fuck is this gonna do?
It's a ship part.
I don't think so. Unless it's like a model boat.
Fine.
About this tiny motor. Oh great, now he's a fucking fanfic character.
Shut up! Shut up!
I love how he found garbage and thinks that it's important.
Loser!
He said one sentence and then left.
He just came to taunt us.
Great. Okay, who would be... No, come on. Sonia's a bit
Okay.
better. I would have...
She's just talking about the toy. Okay, who do you want to talk to next?
Nekomaru.
I don't think Nekomaru has anything to say because he's on our team.
Okay,
Yeah, so this one person
Kazuichi's
each
next.
team. Okay, I don't remember who's giving... I believe Nagito's giving their report.
Well, that's good because he's next.
Now then, someone like me.
Which means it's useless.
Hey, bastard.
Is it locked?
See? Jeez.
There's the button and his hammer. And a pendant of something. Why was it blank?
Actually,
What do you mean a lost child? What?
what? Hey!
Did Nagito find a... Oh.
So Monami was apparently in the archive.
Why? Why would you want to be in there? Is it because you're Monokuma in disguise? Can't Monomi just appear where she wants to, too?
No!
Like,
Is this going anywhere?
I mean, it's just telling us that Monami's here, I think.
No!
Yeah, to be honest, you're probably as useful as food. Okay, so Nagito was next. Let's talk to Fuyuhiko.
I also can talk to Monami.
Oh, tell Monomi to go piss off.
right.
Except they're covered in green stuff.
Also,
there's a phone. Ooh. Which means that these phones can call probably the two houses.
Yes. As you just surmised, they also surmised.
Yeah, when this game gets a good writing going, it
Hey,
usually gets good. It just makes it more obvious when it gets bad.
Let me ask.
Oh, is she bringing up the tower thing? I mean, I guess technically that's true. If you connect two buildings together, then they become one building.
well,
She literally just told this to us, like 5 minutes ago.
Just
Well,
in case you forgot.
well, while she's doing that, since it's just reiterating, I'm gonna have a drink. Ugh. That was it's a bit too much.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to do something to liven up tonight. I actually have a tumbler over here filled with some bourbon.
Oh, you took a big, just one too big swill of bourbon. All right.
Yeah, I probably should have mixed it with something. But I'll be fine.
All right. Anyway, did you see the new graphic of the
Yeah, they
towers
combine
one.
the whole map together now.
Oh.
Oh, which means that it's gonna be really useful when it's covered in tchotchke doodles.
I see.
So what did Nagito say was in the archive?
It's kind of like a shrine Monokuma built about himself. So it's kind of like what Monokuma would want people to know about him. So it's a bunch of like bullshit about how great he is and stuff like that.
Okay, so the books are all lies.
Yeah, it's nothing actually useful about him.
So there's no clues in this building. It's just a murder site.
So,
As of right now, we still have the murder game. That
Oh
or
yeah,
the
the
death
murder game, which is probably gonna be the death room.
So yeah, so she's explaining, depending on which door you use, it changes color.
Perhaps.
Actually, if you don't mind, I'm gonna run upstairs real quick and get a snack.
Sure.
yep.
Hey.
Hmm.
Okay.
So there's surmising that, well, we could test this by just going and opening the other door now, right?
Well, the other door was almost broken by him, so we can't confirm it.
Well, the grape door. So they were talking about.
Well, see?
Okay, so she's talking about the delay from the button.
Yep.
Does that
So
mean
she
only
went-
one door can be opened at a time?
Perhaps.
I mean, that was kind of the most obvious conclusion. I'm not... As I'm sure the viewers can figure out, I'm not that smart at figuring this game out.
And they're just yeah, like then we have to eventually figure out other stuff with it and stuff. But yeah, right now they're just setting up the ground rules of how our new base for this chapter works.
Like,
You don't know?
Is Akane seriously saying this?
Yeah, I mean, she isn't the brightest. Also, I think they put stuff in there so that like people who are also that dumb would
hey,
get it explained to them.
I got it.
But
Well, yeah, we can.
right?
But don't we need to be in both places to confirm if this is real? Because if it is two different buildings, then, you know...
He's claiming
Also-
we leave something behind in this room, like an object.
Oh,
and then if we
okay.
go to the other side and open the door and the object's there, then we know
Okay.
that it's the same room.
There is a sensor? How would that prevent it? Really? Because we're not electronic?
Hey,
How would he know? He's not connected to it. That's pretty crazy, to be honest.
But yeah, they're saying that's why we can't leave someone behind in this room, is the room won't close if someone's in it.
Well, it would also detect if someone's standing here if the fucking thing is that good.
Yeah, so as long as the living thing is in here, the door's not going to close and we can't open the other side.
Yeah, but I don't think Nekomaru technically counts as being alive anymore.
Yeah, but it senses movement and he has moving parts.
Yes.
You insolent fool! Hey, hey.
Hi, Monami.
I see, I see.
Hey, hey.
Well, she's probably talking about a translation problem. I don't know, maybe the elevator's just really slow. It's so quiet, you can't tell.
That's what they were saying. Perhaps it's really slow. Alright, we're going to start.
We're gonna talk to Gundam. Aw.
Hey, hey.
Stay back.
It's just a fucking button! You just hit it.
Go, my four dark
You're gonna throw a hamster at it? Why did he do that?
Just for the fun of it.
Skyline Lamentation, Art of the Demon Mouse.
So you have.
Wait, what? How did he do that? He just moved from one part of the room to the other instantly.
Thank you.
Whoa. I'm surprised Gundam has feelings. Gundam has emotions. Well, boot it up and see if it's hers.
Or yeah, there's just a new one. It's not hers. It's fucking.
Well, to be
someone
honest,
else's for some reason.
Well, to be honest, I can imagine someone like outside of the scenario screwing that up and being like, "Haha, I'm fucking
True.
with you."
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. That is kind of weird that the lights change based on which direction they go in. But then again, they say that there's sensors all over this thing, so it makes sense.
Yeah. It's a weird funhouse contraption puzzle thing.
I see.
This is troubling. Hey,
And as we already established, Nekomaru can't punch his way out of this building. Seriously, why is Nikito being such an asshole all the time? How is he made fun of Chachki for no reason?
Huh?
Shashing!
Oh my.
Damn it.
So remember when I talked about how if people are in an enclosed space, their sense of time can get fucked up?
Yeah, that makes sense. And also considering every clock in this fucking building doesn't have any hands. Wait, what was he talking about?
You guys.
I mean, considering the original game, yes, you are an alarm clock. And it's also not that fucked up considering it was obviously pre-recorded. You dumbass. Why? Okay. I wonder if this is just a thing to fuck around with the whole, you know, starving you to death thing. It's just more funny considering you have no idea of what time it is.
I mean, it's like we're all trapped in a isolation cell or whatever. So like you can go essentially you can go insane in situations like this if you sit long enough.
Hey.
And obviously, Hajime is gonna get one of the crumbing rooms. Because this game just seems to hate him.
Must be now then, let us begin.
Okay.
Oh,
The guys are in, strawberry girls are in.
Hey. Damn right. For now.
And then in the next minute, someone died. Straws? Wait, how the fuck did we decide this using rock, paper, scissors? Oh, of course you won, you fucking dick.
Well, he is lucky.
Shut up, Nagito, I hate you.
So
How did Gundam win?
Gundam got second place.
Is it because of his devil arm?
So he's going. So they have the good rooms.
And obviously, we lost.
So
Yeah, we
Nekomaru
lost.
gets the standard.
Damn right.
Wait, are there 6 of us? Yeah, there was 6 of us. How the fuck does this work? How did this decide that? We don't even get a room? What the fuck kind of bullshit is that? There's only 2 girls.
Yep.
No, wait, there are 3 girls, because there's 9 of you.
It's not like that.
How shitty was your house? Yeah, exactly. The girls aren't a bunch of ass... Why not?
Oh.
Fucking jerk. Are you serious?
Sonia?
Why is this chapter fucking over Hajime so hard?
Nagito throwing Kazuichi under the bus. It seems like you're the only one who thinks he's suspicious.
Seriously,
Says
Nagito
Nagito.
fucking set him up for that, too. Which is even more fucked up. Nagito convinced him to think that, and then he used it against him.
So apparently, Hajime would feel bad using the standard room when he lost the rock, paper, scissors. So
Well,
gonna
he
stay
did
in the other
lose.
tummy room.
Even if Nagito
Yeah.
was cheating. By being himself.
So it's all the guys in Strawberry House except Hajime, and all the girls plus Hajime in Grape House.
Aw, man.
Well, yeah, it's almost like the girls aren't a bunch of assholes. Like, I'm amazed they didn't fucking think of that when they started. It's like, hey, there are 6 of us and only 5 rooms. How the fuck is that gonna work?
Literally only 2. Yeah, only 2 people actually need to stay in crummy rooms. And Akane literally doesn't give a shit. That's why she willingly chose one.
Well, yeah, she said it was like, somehow this is better than my, like, shack I used to live in. Why are you here still? Why is she laughing now?
She's like, I'm used to being forgotten because we all left to go to our rooms.
Yeah, it's almost like you have no bearing on the plot whatsoever. Which is kind of a shitty thing to say when she's the one who's beating up all the mono beasts.
Okay, so she's saying it's a good thing we picked Grape House, and she's...
Well, to be fair, like, I don't want to stare at all that red either. It's really
I
annoying.
also wouldn't want to stare at other red.
I guess.
Sleepy.
Why are you still here talking to us if you're this asleep?
Yeah. Then
Doesn't matter, they're all across from each other.
Easy as pie.
We don't need nameplates! We're gonna die here! Have you forgotten that?
Good night.
And she didn't even make it to her room, she just fell asleep. Oh yeah, should we actually go look at the archives?
We can't yet, but
No. Why is there keep out? There's nothing back there. The draft is making you hungry. Are you okay in the head, Hajime?
I mean, I think if you can get like extra cold, you can get hungry.
Well, then Hajime's gonna have to back up his science on that. Did this game do Monokuma Theaters, or did I just forget all of them?
It does them. I just click through them really fast every single time.
Well,
this one's kind of interesting though, because he's writing in fucking
yeah,
Morse
he's
code.
speaking. Oh yeah, that is Morse code. I thought he was speaking
Morse
in
code.
Braille.
No, it's dashes and dots. It's Morse code.
To tell you the truth, I'm out of ideas.
This concludes. I'm kind of curious what it said. I don't read Morse code.
That's
but-
like the fucking joke from Luigi's Mansion 2 where one of the boos spoke in binary. And it
That's funny. I remember that.
and I think like when it was translated it was something dumb like, "Hey, I'm a boo and I'm scary." I
like
remember
how
it being
don't
very
all the
stupid.
boos in that game have stupid names that include the word boo in it.
Yeah, I think they ramped up the puns on that game pretty high.
It was a good game. Anyway, now I think we can.
Yeah, the
go our
Luigi's
way.
Mansion games got really good for
Alright.
how mediocre the original started out as. I was actually very surprised playing through the last two.
I haven't played through that much of 3 yet, but
Oh my god, that clock actually works! Amazing.
alright, we have free roam now, so I'm gonna go to the Monokuma room so we can at least look around at it.
For some reason, Monokuma wanted to preserve his Monokuma theaters from the original scenario.
Hey, he's driving a car. There's Monokuma theaters on the wall. That was the best hidden one, I think.
Are you serious?
It was slightly.
That was a
not
pretty good
like,
one.
There's a slight edge to it. I was like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, shouldn't we go back to the other room, the standard room in Strawberry House, and get the last one?
Oh yeah, we should, yeah. Is that all of them then? I think there's 5 per chapter. How many have we gotten? We got 1 on the roller coaster, 1 at the castle, 1 at the top of Straw. Yeah, that'd be 5. Okay, we have to go down to the first floor to get to the strawberry room. For some reason my brain was thinking I had to hit the button. We can just go into his room.
Yeah, just barge in. There's no fucking secrecy.
I knew you could do it.
We need to spend some of these coins.
Well, we can't
We
spend
can't
them.
right
We're
now.
stuck here.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can't spend them now, but we should try to make a mental note the next time we're back.
Well, if we manage to survive this, I'll have to remind you.
All right, who do we want to hang out with?
Oh yeah, this game's giving us free time. Yeah, it's kind of the problem when I don't really give a shit about the characters, is that I need to pick one. Sonia might be a good choice. I don't want to hang out with Soda because Soda's terrible. I love how that first thing she said has nothing to do with anything about what we wanted to talk to her about. Oh yeah, we don't have a lot of presents.
I mean, we actually have a bunch of stuff, but
How about this baguette? Do you like food?
where's the baguette? Oh, right here.
You like bread?
Um,
Ow!
She doesn't like it.
God, that really hurt.
Right, you're gonna hang out next.
I think Tchotchke would be fun. At least she's the top character. Oh,
What'd she say?
She doesn't want to talk to us.
All right, I'm thinking about stuff. Let's play after we get out of here.
Well-
So Chiachi apparently sounds like she doesn't want
Well, I mean, at this point, we've gotten like nearly 24 hours without food. I would imagine a lot of people are going to be in a bad mood.
to. Yeah, at this point we would be around 24 hours.
Who would be next? Because I don't really want to hang out with Gundam. Yeah, there's just not a lot of good choices. Actually, yeah, let's go hang out with Fuyuhiko. Hopefully Fuyuhiko's not, dead.
All right, where is he? There he is.
Yo,
He's got a point in theory. All right, what do we want to give Fuyuhiko?
Baseball bat. Let's give her Mikan's apron just to be a complete dick. No, we don't have anything of that. You want this rice cooker?
Cooking device, thermometer, dice set.
You like all these
console
dice? Let's give him the clacker so we can use it to kill someone.
Sure, let's give him the clacker.
huh?
He doesn't like it. Oh yeah, I forgot he got wounded a long time ago.
Huh?
Oh, I forgot he also did that to himself. How would that translate to that?
What?
You're the ultimate Yakuza, so obviously you can stand slicing your stomach open.
Well,
What?
So you can, if you're the ultimate Yakuza, that means you can presumably take pain, because you gang fights and you probably get hurt a lot. So like, you're a tough person. You can take pain if you're a Yakuza member. Also, Yakuza is very honor bound, so the whole slicing your stomach open suicide thing ties with that too.
Because I don't care about my personal safety. I'm ready to die at any moment. I'll be killed 2 seconds later. By you. It's such a sick joke that the company making this story decided to troll everyone with their next game. Woobly woobly
Basically.
woo. That's how much of a sick joke this entire thing is.
Gee,
Jeez.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm a Yakuza leader. Yes. He doesn't even have any subordinates. He killed all of his subordinates. Being a Yakuza means being really inefficient all the time. And also being a terrible manager and a terrible human being.
Like,
What the fuck was wrong with your parents?
Echo.
Not only did they want to kill each other, they also wanted to kill you in the fucking same time.
Huh?
Why is he calling us a jerk?
I mean, we were apologizing for making him think of Pecco, and he's like, no, that's not... Like, why are you apologizing, you weirdo?
Well, you know what? You're the asshole.
I don't know, I think this conversation's rather nice. He's talking about how he's worried about all of us, like the other people, because while he's used to death and being around like violence and death, we're not.
Hey, bastard.
I don't know. I think we need a few more conversations to really get on the same level as him.
Maybe.
We need some common conversation topics with Fuyuhiko.
I mean, he was just talking about how...
Wait, we have more free time?
I mean, we don't have a sense of time, I guess, so yeah, maybe.
You know, I'm probably gonna hate myself, but let's go hang out with Nagito.
Okay.
Because I kinda hate everyone else more. I mean, I really don't want to hang out with Kazuichi because he's terrible. If we get a fourth period, I might want to hang out with Gundam. Because I think by that point we kind of ran out of everyone else.
I mean, we presumably will get another day.
He even has his own logo for this. Okay, Nagito, you tried to kill us, but I guess we'll talk to you.
Impossible.
His weird relationship with us is incredibly bizarre.
That is true.
Here's this
Alright.
message in a bottle.
What do we give?
Because I know you like being mysterious.
I was gonna give him the straight jacket, but okay.
No, let's...
We don't have the straight jacket.
Oh, we don't
Robin.
have it. Oh, that would have been hilarious.
Do we have any other thing
Put
that's like for a
put
crazy
yourself
person?
in this.
I want to see if there's anything else you would give a crazy person.
The power gauntlet?
Power gauntlets for gamers.
Stardust. You like
Big
shiny
Stardust.
things.
Potpourri.
The tuning fork might have worked if we had one.
Yeah, we gave
And
the
we also
tuning
ran
fork-
out of things.
Yeah, we gave the tuning fork to Ibuki at one point.
Oh, yeah, because she likes dinging things.
She likes music. You wanted to give him the message in the bottle?
Yeah, you're insane. You like mysteries.
Thanks.
Well, that didn't go anywhere. It's kind of weird that none of the characters are like complaining about their obvious starvation at this point.
Not at this point. I mean, they're probably starting to get hungry, but they're not starving. Like, I've gone a whole... I've gone this long without eating before, and I don't think I was, like, literally incapacitated from hunger, or, like, I was, like, maybe a little irritated from it, but not enough.
Yeah, but I figured they'd at least start saying something. Like, I think by tomorrow, people are gonna, it's gonna start cracking them.
Probably. Right now, we're bringing up the fact that we're hungry.
Uh-oh.
Let's eat Monokuma.
What are you gonna do?
He's just convincing us, the protagonist, to do the murder.
So what?
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with this motive, you fucking idiot. If no one has any energy to do anything, what do you think's gonna happen?
I mean, that's why he once again stated, like, remember, you know, if you get too weak, you won't be able to kill, so he's trying to push it even faster.
Oh yeah, he's trying to be like, hey, don't starve to death, but, you know, if we don't have the... We're gonna lose the motivation before we starve, so that's kind of a problem.
Well, no, we're gonna start to feel fatigue, but not enough fatigue to fully incapacitate us, and that's gonna scare someone into killing someone, because they're realizing that they're going to die.
Well, again, it's obvious that Akane is not going to be the killer.
Right.
But
I'm not
who
saying
is
it's
gonna be the
Akane.
killer?
Anyway, everybody's apparently has to gather in Grape Tower at tomorrow morning at 7.
I'm still trying to figure out who... I mean, I still think, considering how this game is going, that Chachki is going to be the victim, but who's going to kill her?
So,
Because I really don't think Nekomaru's going to do it either, because he's a robot, and that makes no sense.
this is
Maybe Fuyuhiko? Actually, Fuyuhiko seems like it'd be an appropriate time for him to go away.
I sat up much slower than usual, then headed straight to the lounge.
And then I collapsed.
I mean...
We had to burn so many more calories. We had to burn 12. A whole 12!
So apparently Nekomaru's in a similar situation because he doesn't have the charger he needs.
what's this? Damn it. No.
He's gonna make us exercise, isn't he?
Hey,
Which is, again, incredibly fucked up.
Yoo-hoo!
Yep.
make optimal use of Earth's gravity.
I mean, I guess I don't know how exertive Tai Chi is.
From the tension of your
So
I
I-
think it depends on what pose and stuff you're doing and what stance you're taking. I don't know too much about it.
slowly and softly.
I mean, from here, it kind of looks like yoga.
Well, it's not quite. It's a meditative martial art. So in theory, they're doing like strikes and stuff. But it's very like paced a certain way because, as I said, it's meditative.
Just as you are.
Hajime didn't even try. He instantly collapsed.
Hey, over there! Don't dawdle!
Well, I can't move. So,
Phew. You.
I love how Fuyuhiko just instantly told us what was fucked up about that.
You guys.
Well, yeah.
Damn it. Damn it.
Well, I don't think Akane's gonna be the victim.
This is troubling.
This
It's
too
too
must be
easy.
The will of causality.
Well, can your fates fucking get us out of this? Mr. Causality.
Damn it. Shut up! Shut up! Damn it.
I can't even eat someone with my shark teeth! Ah! I don't know.
Huh?
Which means Nagito's gonna have to kill someone to perpetuate his fucking worldview.
Anyway, Kazuichi's like, you're only saying that because you're the traitor.
I don't know, I'm offering up a different perspective. It's a, a different idea. Oh, that's what he's going with.
Yeah, he's saying you're gonna claim him. You just want us to starve.
Stop! So,
I mean, that's kind of inevitable considering, the whole starving thing.
It appears you cannot escape.
Nagito doesn't have any decision-making bones in his body. Did Nagito just try to encourage everyone to kill each other?
He said he'll go alongside with any plan. So he said, if you want to kill someone, I'm down for it. If we don't, I'm down for it.
Oh, now he's getting the effects. Let's go hang out with the most miserable people while we stand here and die. Well, considering that we don't know what we're doing, let's go hang out with the worst people. And that worst person is going to be Soda.
Yep.
Because we're all loopy.
All the girls are in their rooms.
I would imagine a lot of people are probably just going to be in their rooms. Because everyone's just...
He goes in his... So yeah, everybody's in their rooms except for Nagito, Nekomaru,
Everyone's just sleepy.
Gundam, and Soda.
Soda, we're about to collapse. Let's collapse together. Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to hang out with us. Okay, let's go hang out with Akane. In our loopy state.
I'm curious if we can hang out with any of the girls, because all the girls are in their rooms.
What is, they only give us 3 options?
4. Oh yeah, I guess 3, because we can't hang out with Kazuichi. Where's Akane's room? It's this one, that's right.
Akane's in the shit room.
Oh, we can go in, so presumably we can talk to her.
Whoops, she died. To be fair, we did technically have food in our pocket when we got here.
That is an interesting thing, is we have food for gifts. I wonder... I doubt the game makes a point about it, but I'm like kind of curious what happens if you gift
Give her
someone
food. Give her coconut juice.
She does like food, so if we
Give her
literally-
food.
I want to see if we have any food that's like
Food.
like garbagey food, like things she would want to shove in her face more than. No, I don't think we do.
Yeah, I think
I
we're
think
kind of
it's just
low on
that
the
stuff
whole
at the
gifts
beginning.
thing. Here, eat
Yeah,
these
cool.
flowers.
Eat the potpourri.
We have kokoshimi or coconut juice.
juice. We don't have any potato chips.
What do you mean hand it over? We have 0 of it. We can't hand it over. It doesn't exist. What are these options? This doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it's are you sure you want to give her something? So I clicked it on something with 0, so it's like, are you sure you don't want to give her something?
Yo.
What? Have we never hung out with her?
I don't think we've ever hung out with her throughout the entire game.
I thought we hung out with her once. Damn, we forgot to do that. And by forgot, I mean deliberately ignored her.
Yo.
Well, that's nice. I mean, this is perfect for the role play. This is the worst person we could have talked to.
Huh?
What do you mean it's easy money? What?
What?
Are you serious? He convinced me to do it when I was 5. Was it Jackie Chan?
Hardcore.
No, she doesn't know what words are.
I got it.
I don't think that's what parkour means. I don't think you have to have people chase you to do it.
She's not saying. She's saying when you have people chasing you, you just naturally end up doing parkour because you have to jump over things to get away from them faster. She's not saying you need people chasing you to do parkour. She's saying if you're running away from people, doing parkour comes naturally. It also, though, weirdly implies that for part of her life, people would be chasing her for some reason, which is probably a thing we'd have to hang out with her more to know.
Well, maybe at some point we'll get stabbed by somebody and they'll be able to get back into this loopy state. Okay, so who's second worst that we can hang out with?
Can we hang out with Chiaki now?
No, we don't hang out with Chachki. She's one of the best. And also she doesn't
know,
want to talk to us.
I just wanted to see if she changed her tune.
Maybe Nekomaru?
Yeah,
Actually, maybe Gundam. Gundam's kind of a dick.
Alright, where's Gundam?
In the tower?
I don't know. He's up by this where the sunflower seeds are. Which makes sense, because his pets eat the sunflower seeds.
You fiend. Fine.
Oh shit, he seemed quiet and somewhat sluggish. Alright, what are we giving Gundam? I don't think we have any animal things.
Jeans. Give him something terrible. Here's high heels. Give him the Codex.
Oh, I know who this goes to.
Number 16.
What? Ultimate Masseuse. It goes to Nekomaru. What's this? Oh, every game. Okay, that's a video game thing. Maybe he likes the dice. I don't know. Let's give him the dice. I don't know. We'll give him the jeans like you wanted.
I renounce. Let me tell you, you fiend. Let me ask.
Why is he now interested in us?
Oh, we got enough points for hanging out with him to get to the next conversation, so he's giving us the next conversation.
Was the number of points 1? Because I don't think we've ever hung out with him.
I mean, maybe. maybe the first time you hang out with someone, you automatically get the first one. I don't know.
Fine.
What does he think I have 3 names?
What? How pitiful. What happened? You fiend.
What the fuck would I even ask you about? You're such a ridiculous person, I wouldn't even know where to start. Well, say something. Just ask him anything.
Good insight.
There you go.
Fine.
Human hunting?
Oh yeah, whatever that means.
He manages a website?
I shall engulf this world.
He researches hamsters. It has a password. Why would you give a shit, Hajime?
Fine.
Well, he's saying, so he's claiming that's a dummy front and that you can get into the magical sorcerer one if you know how. And Hajime's just like, I'd rather just look at the real website. Like, that's essentially what he just said.
Well, maybe he has like a Patreon Discord that he's pretending is a website.
Could be.
Fine.
This is a really long conversation for how shitty of a job we did on the gift.
His favorite food is apparently pumpkin.
Sure. Apparently 3 of his hamsters are laughing at us.
Silence.
There are many things in this world that aren't difficult to do, you dumbass. Are you sure, Hajime? Are you really being able to translate the nonsense that Gundam says? I can't believe we got a hope fragment for that. That was complete bullshit. That was terrible. You know what would be interesting at this point? If Hajime was the murderer? That'd be kind of interesting if they managed to make that happen. Or at least, like, think he did it. Oh, he's gonna go kill himself. That's interesting. No, I'm just gonna go kill myself in that room. He's so desperate that he thinks he's lying.
Anyway, if you notice, our movement speed is slower.
Well, yeah, but it's still pretty fucking fast. I thought it was gonna move to like 1/5 of our usual speed.
Okay, you realize how far we have to go to get to the death room?
Well, we have to go through the elevator, we have to go walk through the hallway, we have to go walk up 2 stories.
It's on the first floor of this room, but we have to like walk across the entire space. Like, if it was a very slow speed, I think I personally would get super annoyed with it.
Well, yeah, but we got here in like 40 seconds. So Hajime's just getting delusional, right?
Hold it. 'Cause it's bad.
Why, is Chachki no? Or is he just assuming? I think she's just assuming. I don't know. I'm being delusional. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh.
Maybe it's just a gun. It's not even anything interesting. It's just like a pistol. Here's a pistol that, 5 million of them exist.
Right?
Tchotchke, you're the murderer because you're convincing us to go somewhere else. You're doing the Mikan thing, aren't you? You know it! What do you know? Help, I'm dying. Literally. Oh wow, he was really fucked up. What, something explode? How is that possible? There's no bombs here. Is Hajime gonna check on the noise, or is he gonna collapse again? No, he collapsed again. Where did he even check up on the noise? What the hell?
I mean,
Did someone, like, drop the statue on somebody?
we'll all have to find out.
Is Hajime even capable of getting up at this point?
I mean, maybe.
Oh, apparently he is.
No, he said my body won't move.
Well, how is your body not moving and you're standing? How does that make any sense?
Okay, once again, the perspective of where we are in the room doesn't change. We're technically in the bed right now, like as far as the story is concerned.
Oh, boo. Boo. This is very confusing.
Oh yeah, everybody has to go to Tai Chi no matter what. So he managed to drag himself.
Well, hopefully someone died, because I don't think we're going to be able to survive another day.
It's 5 minutes till 7.
You even have the easier trip, to be honest.
Here we do.
We still have to wait for Hajime's first person to get over there. It doesn't make it any faster.
Wow.
How are you fine?
Amazing.
Huh? What the fuck are you talking about?
He's going crazy from hunger. I forget what Mount Blanc is, but
Isn't it like a wine or grapes?
it might be, or a kind of food.
Let's just push Sonia over.
No. That's wrong.
How is she fine?
Yep.
Is it because she's sleeping all the time?
I mean, she's probably tired, but she's just like us. She can talk and move, and she's at least not delusional.
Well, we're kind of in between Sonia and Tchotchke. Like, we're not
That's
doing
true.
very well. What, is there a death there? Oh, wait. Seriously?
Alright, found a body.
How the hell did this happen? And also, they're still following the formula. The Chapter 4 person was Sakura. They did the same thing!
But I don't see killing Necromaru as the same thing as killing Sakura, but unless it's a suicide, then yeah. But,
Well, I don't think you tie yourself up in a suicide.
right.
Seems
clear.
Also, how did he tear off his own head with missing
Yeah,
his arm?
Yeah, it's clearly not a suicide.
This is a bit ridiculous for a suicide, but still, they killed the strongest person again in Chapter 4. And also, well, I mean, it didn't involve a hammer. I think that was Chapter 3 that involved the hammers.
Yep, Chapter 3 involved the Justice Hammers.
So this is a bit different. Where did this hammer come from?
I don't know if someone was able to get
Also,
a hammer
why is Strawberry Door locked? And the pillar fell over? Why is there a noose? Or a leg trap? This is a pretty ridiculous murder. This is so many details that don't make sense. You just turned him into a robot, now he died. Sonia, you did it. Again. You did the last murder, now you did this murder too. Why is there blue... Well, I guess it has to be the blood.
Yeah.
It's just the giant stain over there.
The robot blood's blue.
Well, your friend died. Unfortunately, I can't put his head back on.
Why is Nekomaru? Why did he have to die again?
Because of the formula. We have to kill the strongest person in Chapter 4.
I never paid you back for your help last time.
Well, did you ever even talk to
Hold
him
on,
about
Cricket.
that? Did you even speak to him? And now she's really sad.
How cruel.
Because of potatoes.
Oh.
Who pushed this pillar over on him? How did that happen? It was because Gundam killed him using his hamsters. Because they're strong enough to push this pillar over.
I won't forgive you.
You did, Akane. Even though you probably didn't.
You. What? What do you want?
Well, he did. Didn't you see the roller coaster?
You talking about Nekomaru? Phew.
You have to calm down, otherwise we're gonna have to get an AO rating. What does that have to do with anything? You can't fix him because his head's off?
I don't know. It's a Monokuma excuse. It might not be right.
I mean, he's just in it for the game, so he could just make up whatever the fuck he's thinking.
Right? And unlike last time...
See, he just said it. He said it right there.
Yeah.
In other words,
Yeah, I'm sure.
so it's the Monokuma file.
Yeah, how did this one happen? Because it looks like he got hurt, like...
Bread and milk.
Oh, okay.
Giving everybody food so they're not fucking keeling over during the investigation.
Yep. So what are you thinking? You want to run through the investigation and then save it?
If we want to. It's 10:30, so we definitely have the time to run through the investigation, but we don't have time to do the trial.
The trial might take until like 2 a.m. is the issue.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have time to do the trial.
Well, then I'm gonna have to start taking notes.
Yeah, you might want to write down some details.
Well, it's a good thing I got I got stuff. Okay, so his head... I don't want to write down notes now because it's just going to be in the Monokuma file.
Yeah, we'll start reading the Monokuma file. There'll be details there. Once we start clicking on things, we'll get details.
Wonderful.
What we can do is, if you don't even want to keep notes, what we can do is before we go into the next investigation, what I do is I pull up all the bullets at the very beginning and we just scroll through them. Because they all have flavor text that says where we found them and what we think, like basically what we thought when we were looking at them.
I'm gonna do it.
However,
Ugh.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
I never
okay.
expected all of you to ditch Monokuma Taichi.
Is it because the time's like an hour
What
Like-
are you gonna do?
forward than what we thought it was?
Do your best.
Yeah, so it's implying that potentially the clocks aren't right, because when we came down here, it was 5 to 7 according to the clock upstairs.
Wasn't the clock correct when we went down here the first time?
It potentially was, yeah.
Is it a Nekomaru's clock?
Damn it. Yo,
I know it's pretty random, but I'm thinking that somehow Sonia did it. Because she's all sweaty. She's nervous about it, which means that she's the killer.
yep.
Also, we don't have Mikan, so we're kind of fucked. At least on that aspect.
I mean, it's a robot, so I don't know how well she could do. You know who could probably do a better.
Oh,
Kazuichi could probably do
Kazuichi.
it better for this one. Anyway, we're looking at the Monokuma file.
A rock fell on his head. Okay, his head fell off, and that's the cause. Should probably write that down.
Okay, despite the fact that his arms and legs are dismembered, these limbs were designed to be detachable.
Well, yeah, I can see that. I don't really need him to... What's wrong with his chest? What's that all about?
Looks like it might be dented a bit. Probably from whatever this severe impact is about.
Well, obviously a severe impact was the pillar. It's got his blood on it.
I mean, I'm aware, but you were asking why his chest was damaged.
Well, I guess that makes sense. It's a pretty big pillar. And that would explain the ropes and his legs. Because somehow he got put in a leg noose and then they tied his legs together? There's a club.
Alright, what do you want to do first?
Let's look at the hammer. Maybe there's a clue on it. Maybe it's like 30 pounds. Yeah, maybe fucking find a detail! It's that hammer from Smash Brothers.
It looks a little too clean. It's almost like it's new or something.
So, it might have been the thing that hit him in the chest, because there's no blood on the chest. But I'm pretty sure it's not the thing that stoved his head in. Because there's no blood on it. I should probably write that down. There's no blood on the hammer.
And then Sonia's currently talking about how there was no hammer anywhere, so where the fuck did it come from?
Monokuma Archive?
Potentially.
Well, fair enough. The hammer might have been hidden, so maybe this was like super... I don't know how this would be planned out, but maybe someone planned this out.
Alright, what do you want to...
No, I'm not going to write that down. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way they planned this out in advance. Because no one knew we were going to get trapped in the funhouse.
I mean, it depends on... Yeah, I guess in that regard. I was thinking you were like, was it premeditated? I'm like, well, the fact that there's like a trap probably means it was premeditated on some level. But yes, it very well...
Yeah, they did tie him up.
Prior. I don't think it was... I wouldn't think it's premeditated prior to us coming to the funhouse. I want to say it happened because of the motive of the funhouse.
Oh.
Anyway, what do you want to look at next?
Well, let's look at the lock. Maybe there's a thing in the lock. Because someone locked that up. Although now we have to deal with the fact that all of this stuff couldn't have been brought in because we don't have access to the infinite grocery store anymore.
Yeah.
So all of this had to have been found on the scene. Well, how would you get a key to this door?
Yeah, that's what she's saying. In lieu of a key, they chained the door up to keep it shut.
Also, why would they need to chain the door up if this tower only locks from one side? If it's the Grape Tower, wouldn't it automatically lock out the strawberry half?
When living people are inside of it.
Oh yeah,
Like
but a ghost didn't kill him.
Right.
Maybe they killed him. Maybe they killed him outside the tower.
You are right.
But then
it makes it so people.
That wouldn't really explain the blood, though.
So it locks people out from coming in from the strawberry.
Okay, tower is locked from
so, like,
strawberry.
Yeah. But, like, so like, someone couldn't go to investigate it, or someone couldn't stumble into something if, you know, nothing was alive in here at the time.
She's giving us a lot of details, almost like Sonia is the one who did it. Because she seems to be giving us a lot of the preliminaries.
Alright.
Maybe the pillar? Can the pillar tell us how it fell down? He runs on antifreeze. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, so there's
Huh?
there's two pillars next to each door.
Yes.
So he's talking about how this is the only pillar that fell.
So is he just stating the obvious?
I mean, he's saying it's strange that only one fell, and yeah, then we're gonna get into the fact that it's the murder weapon.
Leave it to me. Damn it.
And to be honest, I don't know if it would be the thing that would, like, knock his head off. Because I think if that happened, it would, like, stove his head in, and it would get, like, stuck on his body. So, I don't know how his head fell off. Why are we trying to lift the pillar?
Well, to see if someone could push it over.
So, Akane is also trying to establish the obvious.
Didn't I tell you? All right.
Well, you're not even trying, Hajime. I mean, come on.
My body can take it. Power times 3.
She didn't multiply her power, she just gave up.
Why?
Well, it's obviously not impossible, but considering it's right in front of us that it happened. Well, I think it'd be kind of hard for him to kill himself this way. I guess it's not impossible, but then why would he tie himself up?
I mean, he couldn't have both knocked it over and tied himself up, so... Anyway, what do you want to look at next?
It might be complicated, but I think it'd be possible.
You can talk to or you can look at Nekomaru's body, or you can talk to one of the three people.
Wait, we haven't
Those are
looked at his body yet?
We haven't looked at the body yet, no.
Cruelly broken. What is he getting at? That was what he was getting at? Of course he died. It's right there.
Well,
I'm imagining because the murder didn't go exactly as planned, so they had to keep doing things. I don't think so. That doesn't sound right.
you.
I mean, it's a robot. You can take the limbs off of a robot. It's not going to kill him.
What's that mean?
Well, he was obviously tricked to come here. Well, someone was capable of killing him, and that person was named Giant Rocks. Well, get in there. Get in there, Hajime. Look at his
Alright,
legs.
we have head, we have chest,
Actually,
we have wire.
that's a wire?
Yeah, it's a
I thought it was
wire.
rope.
And we have oil. So we have oil, head, chest, and wire.
Well, let's look at the wire. Let's go bottom up here.
Okay.
Oh, really, Hajime? You think that? I'm great that Captain Obvious is on the fucking case.
I will say that Danganronpa as a series does have the habit of making sure it states everything so even the dumbest person can fucking understand shit.
Well, this game's obviously not written for fucking 8-year-olds.
No, but there are still stupid people.
Why can't we get Kazuichi here? It's not like the fucking door being locked over there is going to prevent them from coming over here the other side. Okay, so someone broke the hatch onto his sleep button. Or is that his good night button? Oh no, wait, that's the same thing.
Good night button and sleep button are the same thing.
I thought they were talking about his wake up button, but I don't know if he has a wake up button.
No, he wakes up if either someone hits the button again, or if the alarm he sets in his chest goes off.
Okay, so alarm or second button hit. Also, his hatch was broken. The good thing is that I do have a habit of being able to remember things once I write them down.
That's good. I do better remembering things if I write it down too.
Well, they didn't clean it up. It's just splattered everywhere. They didn't even try to clean this one.
Alright, that's everything with the body.
Yeah, that's the 4 things.
And then it's just the people in the room to talk to now. So if you want to talk
Let's go right to left. I think that'd be more useful. Sonia seems to, well, considering she's a possible murderer, she probably has all the information.
In this case, it's Monokuma file. There's no written time of death.
I don't know. It seems to forego whatever information it decides to not have.
Yeah. Typically, if the detail is super important to solving the mystery on some level, it gets omitted.
Sleep button. I forgot to write that down.
Because, like, the reason they're bringing up the fact that in the last murder there also wasn't a time of death, but it was important because time of death was important based on, like, she was already dead when the video played of her the video of her walking to hang herself happened. She was already dead. So, like, that's the trick to that one.
Yes, we established that 2 days ago. So, because we're in the green tower, that means that they came from the grape tower side? Wait, does that follow? That doesn't seem
Well, okay, so it changes whenever the door opens. So if the green door is open, the room's green. If the red door is open, the room's red.
So clearly it couldn't change to the strawberry door because the killer couldn't have locked it from the other side.
Right.
Which doesn't really make any sense because there's a way to get here from the grape side from the strawberry side. That you can't lock out the contact elevator. Yes, thank you, Sonia. I did love how he's like, how does this pertain to the murder? We already know this.
Well,
wait, how? Does that mean that he was, like, hit by the pillar while he was standing?
see?
What are you doing? It's a rock-like fragment! That's a self-explanatory sentence! That's what it is! What do you mean by rock-like fragments, you fucking idiot? That's what they are! Wait, what? There's no rocks on top of his body. How the fuck did that happen?
So there's no rocks on top of his body, there's rocks underneath his body.
Okay, so there's pillar rocks under him and only under him. Which is ridiculous. Which means that he wasn't killed on the floor. Or he was moved. Or probably like another couple of things that could have happened. And Kane's not helpful.
Yeah.
Did she hear the noise too?
Like,
Well, an earthquake didn't kill him.
I mean, no, but that was probably the sound of the pillar falling.
Also, it obviously wouldn't be an earthquake because of the hammer. Otherwise, that'd be like the hugest coincidence ever.
Well,
And-
one, if an earthquake caused the pillar to fall and that hit him, I don't think it would constitute a murder. Like, I don't think there would be a blackened.
Well, did we even hear the body announced? Oh, wait, I think we did because we saw Monokuma with his cocktail.
Yeah, we did. When we walked into the room for the morning Tai Chi with Sonia and Chiaki, the announcement immediately went off.
I mean, it was a kablam. I mean, I guess it wouldn't really be the pillar falling down because I don't think that would be described as a kablam.
So when she ran out, she happened to glance at the lounge clock. It read 5:30.
It says 5:30, but the clocks are wrong, so that's not exactly helpful.
Yeah, Monokuma hinted at the fact that the clocks might be wrong.
5:30 a.m. Akane ran out because of the noise.
Okay, so we have Akane's account now.
What does that have to do with anything? The murder happened. Oh, wait.
so...
Is the fucking hammer the weapon from the game?
Well, he's wondering if all the stuff used for the murder came from the game.
Well, we have to go check it out. And we can check it out considering you're not going to be blocking us from getting in there this time.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately there's going to be no records of the game, so we're not going to be able to use that to prove who did it because we don't know who finished it.
No, but it might explain where the stuff came from, if we can get through it.
Yeah, we are going to have to confirm it.
You?
It's not like that.
Has there? I haven't heard anything.
Hey, hey.
Actually, have we heard this ringing before? It's kind of ringing a bell for some reason. What, did someone tear out fucking his clock?
Then...
Okay, so these two girls are gonna stay here to guard the body,
And that's fair.
and Chiaki and I are gonna go around and start doing stuff.
Well, you can't leave, Akane, because I'm the protagonist. It's the law. And you have to follow the law.
Yep.
I mean, personally, I don't think Akane is that stupid. It's probably more like she... Actually, how would this work? She realizes it, but she doesn't want to admit it?
Yep.
That is fucking Nekomaru's alarm clock. It has to be. Nothing else sounds like that.
Okay, it sounds like it's coming from the second floor, she says.
What, someone get killed in the lounge?
It's the phone.
Oh.
See?
And then it's a ghost calling. Ooh.
Damn right.
Damn right.
Jeez.
That's the first thing you say.
Now, the first thing he said was, "Oh, you finally answered."
Well, say that to the voice actor.
I mean, they just have random quippy lines they repeat so that you hear their voice.
Wait, you can't? How? There's 2 ways to get here. How do you break an elevator?
Looks like someone broke the damn elevator.
How?
Hmm.
What? Okay, so someone broke all the ways to get from Strawberry House.
Hey, bastard.
Well, good morning to you too, buddy.
Well,
He died. Oh no, that's what it is. I mean, fair enough, he doesn't know about the other group, so...
I see.
Would you be able to? I mean, they did. Yeah, I think we're gonna be fine without you idiots, so that's okay. I mean, we only need Hajime and Chachki to do an investigation.
It means we can't get to the final dead room, though.
Oh, yeah, that is gonna suck.
Well, yeah.
And so what, we're just gonna have to take Fuihigo's word on it?
If one of them braves the puzzle.
Well, tell them to do it. We can't do it for them.
Like,
It's not like I have Monami teleportation powers.
Apparently, they got Kazuichi working on the elevator to try to fix it.
Well, so much for the ultimate mechanic.
What do you mean, so much for the ultimate mechanic? He's actively fixing the elevator right now.
Well, if he's gonna be the ultimate mechanic, he should be able to look at it, snap his fingers, and instantly fix it.
I don't think that's how that works, but alright.
Huh?
There's a sturdy chain around it from the inside, and if the button on the outside is broken.
Hmm.
That's a very odd detail. I mean, that's kind of overkill.
Yep.
Okay, so we also broke both sides of Strawberry Tower door.
Alright. Paying attention? I don't know if you're writing stuff down or not.
Well, I wrote down the last thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you were done writing.
So, who's talking?
hey, bastard. Damn right.
We're playing as Nagito.
Really?
Jeez.
Okay, first of all, let's not be an asshole to anybody. I'm assuming that his narration is going to be very interesting.
Damn it. Damn it.
Yeah, I was not expecting my, like, middle-of-the-road favorite character to be killed, considering that this game has been very good about killing my favorites over and over again.
Hey.
Okay, let's metagame this shit and tell Nagito to go to the final dead room.
Okay, so Nagita's asking Kazuichi to wait a little bit before repairing the elevator.
Why? Because he did it?
For me?
Why? Why is that freaking you out?
Red bean bread and milk. It's the Monaco. Do your best. Damn right.
What do you...
Why is Gundam pissed about this?
Even so.
I mean, he's asking everybody to wait. Like, that's what Nagita's doing.
So what, we're just gonna stand here for 20 minutes?
Well, he wants to say something or discuss something.
I mean, that's what like 80% of you do every time. You guys barely... It seems like only 2 people are the ones investigating anything.
I would personally state, in my opinion, there's 3 characters in every game who investigate everything.
I mean, does
Because
Nagito count?
Yeah, so in this game it'd be Hajime, Chiaki, and Nagito seem to investigate everything. It's just Nagito uses it to twist things. In the first game it was Byakuya, Makoto, and Kyoko.
Well, when he wasn't, when he could be arsed to get out of the library, he would. Yep, at least they're consistent with his, narration. He's, I'm actually kind of amazed he was able to hide this so well in Chapter 1.
Right. Anyway, this is an interesting question he's asking himself.
Does he actually ask this for him?
He must. He must take it on a case-by-case basis, or, like, I think he takes it on a moment-by-moment basis about which side he plays, which is why he'll, like, flip sides even in the middle of shit.
Yeah, I would believe that pretty easily. That he doesn't really... He has a goal, but he doesn't really have a plan.
Oh, he said, I must make sure I face this case mystery properly if I'm going to find out which side is the true hope.
What? The
But
true
he thought
hope.
to himself, and then he laughed out loud.
We don't even know... You guys don't even know any of the fucking case details. What do you mean, make up a timeline?
Make up a timeline of what happened on their end.
It was basically nothing, wasn't it? It's just like there was a noise.
He's like, we tried to use
And
the
there was
elevator.
Man. Anyway.
We just went back to our rooms. Alright, never mind.
This, too, must be the will of Kaz...
Gundam and his fucking fates.
Man.
I mean, the only one who like currently acted weird was like Sonia, who like I don't remember how she moved us from one place to another, but I remember she did. And I remember like last case, that was the linchpin that revealed Mikan, was that she was the one who did like squirreled everyone away and did like her own thing. And that was like the smoking gun. But I don't know how that would translate in Sonia's case to her, like, going to do a murder. Because it doesn't seem to make that much sense or add up.
Sonia didn't squirrel away from us at any time.
She didn't
We
leave
were all
us, but
sleeping.
she made us go somewhere else.
When?
Didn't Sonia do that?
No.
Well, I don't remember, which is kind of a problem.
So we were sleeping because we were fucking starving and didn't have much energy. We heard the smash.
Well, it would have been
were too
before
tired to
then.
get up. We were too... No, there wasn't anything then. It was just free time hanging out with people.
Huh.
There wasn't anything that happened where someone moved someone.
I feel like I'm being gaslighted by myself just because I'm not remembering this thing.
You very well might be.
Hmm. Well, let's go establish the broken button.
Well, I can't leave this room. I have to
We can't?
get some stuff in this room. I have to get some stuff from it right now.
It's a phone. The clock? Okay, so Strawberry House has an alarm clock.
That was set to go off at 5:30, which is the same time Akane said that she saw the other clock going.
Okay, so Kazuichi heard the alarm clock.
Hey, what are you
They
doing?
took it off the wall?
Well,
Well,
they're trying to turn it off.
everyone heard the alarm.
It's louder than the supreme ruler of the netherworld bellowing for a sacrifice.
Don't go making all that noise so suddenly. It's not me. The wall clock just started ringing. I was just trying to stop it. Then hurry up and stop it already.
Why don't you just smash the damn thing?
No, I'm in the middle of doing that.
What did you do to me? You!
Shut up.
Huh?
Well, yeah.
Why would you be up at 5 a.m.?
Huh?
Especially here where there's nothing to do.
Hey. Aw, man.
I mean, Fuyuhiko couldn't have done it because he couldn't have locked the room and come back. Unless he came back by the elevator and then broke it.
Anyway, shortly after that,
And then he
kablam.
smashed the button.
What's going on?
I mean, he has the wherewithal to do it. He was the one who solved the video game in the first try.
Hey.
Second crime was the video game one.
Yeah, but he still did it.
Yeah.
He solved the game before anyone else.
Yes, he was the one who figured out who everybody was in the game before anybody else.
Which
And
means
is the
you
one-
solved the death game.
And he was the first one to beat it. Beat it. So he got the file of stuff.
That's obviously wrong. Hey. Also,
What?
I'm thinking of, what? He's incriminating himself?
All the boys are there trying to set off the alarm when the kablam happened, except for the dead person and Nagito.
Oh, okay. But Nagito isn't gonna be like, offer up his own story of what happened?
He might be playing the murder, helping the murder right now.
Yeah, that's true. For now.
hey.
Ugh. Nagito, man. Okay, so according to Nagito and these guys, the murder supposedly happened around 5:30.
Which is the same time as Akane running out of her room because she heard the kablam.
Well, if we can confirm that I guess we can technically confirm that the pillar falling over did kill Nagito, probably.
Hey.
So it had to have been around 5:30.
So Fuyuhiko claims he was sitting in the lounge at 5 a.m. and heard a door close in the distance.
What doors are in Okay, so he saw Nekomaru.
Yeah, so you presumably heard Nekomaru close his bedroom door.
Why would he have been going down to Grape Tower anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're going to do something stupid and be like, well, someone had the remote to Nekomaru and forced him to come down to the tower.
Jeez.
Which would be incredibly fucking stupid, but I don't think that's it. I was twiddling my thumbs and staring at the wall.
That's literally what he just said. He said he was staring off into space because he couldn't sleep because of the, hunger.
Yep.
What? You...
Okay, Nekomaru went to the tower at 5 a.m. That's probably important. But Nekomaru didn't scream. I mean, if you all witnessed each other and can vouch for each other, then sure.
I get it.
Which means that Nagito did do the crime. And he's just not admitting it.
Or one of the girls did.
Yeah, Sonia could definitely be up to things.
Hey.
That'd be kind of elaborate, though, if they had to come from Green Tower, lock it up, and then run all the way to Strawberry Tower, break the button on the other side, which we still haven't established, and then break the elevator, too, when they came back.
Okay, so Nagito's asking if he could to investigate something once the elevator is fixed.
The clocks. I thought the rumbling sound was the pillar.
Hey, bastard.
It was.
Is there another rumbling sound?
No, he's referring to that we check all the clocks, so he's saying.
Well, where the hell's Nagito going?
Oh, we'll find out where Nagito's going in a second.
We're Nagito. We should know.
I can go to that place for everybody's sake.
Well,
I can't
fair
let them
enough.
face that. I must be the pariah who goes in their place.
Does he have pride in being the pariah of this situation?
Yes, he does. I mean, he's the pariah altogether. Like, there's that whole thing, like, I'm so much lesser than the Ultimates, and it's so great that I'm with the Ultimates, right? He's got that whole worship the Ultimates mentality, so yes, he does take pride in being the pariah.
That's a thing about him.
Okay, so he says I should check the doors first before I go into the game.
Well, yeah, we should check out the, we should check out that button to see how it was broken. Why are we staring at a clock? Why are we staring at an elevator?
Well, we were supposed to check the elevator and the strawberry door before we go into the room.
Yeah, exactly. Stop badgering Kazuichi.
Man.
Okay, so apparently whoever did it had some mechanical wherewithal.
Cover is locked.
And that too. The broken elevator was locked. forced open, which means that they did have the key.
Yeah.
Wait, the grape side's the one that's broken?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh, I gotta write that down. If the grape side is the one that's malfunctioned, how does Kazuichi know how it's broken?
He doesn't.
Oh, so he was just
bullshitting
bullshitting?
how it was broken. He was just saying how it's likely broken.
Well, he said it like he knew. It's like, well,
No,
the safety system's broken.
They probably opened it up and messed with the settings.
Okay, so he doesn't know.
I mean, he probably knows that the safety device malfunctioned. He just doesn't know how they malfunctioned the safety device. But the cover is locked, so they wouldn't have been able to open it unless they had some kind of tool. Are there any tools in the building? No, there shouldn't be. I don't really know if they forced it open with the tool anyway. The control panel on this side wasn't the one that was forced open. So they're saying, well, there's no tools, so it would have had to be forced open, and this one's not forced open. So actually, they're hypothetically thinking that the other one is the one that is forced open.
Well, apparently Kazuichi knows that this side isn't broken, so naturally it has to be the other side.
Well, but when he's saying it isn't broken, he's not saying it wasn't broken. He said it wasn't forced open, like the lock's not broken. The
Yes.
door to get into it's not broken. He doesn't know if the inside. He doesn't know if the inside's on this side or that side or what was messed with. He just knows that this door isn't forced open, like the locked door on it isn't forced open. So he's assuming they broke into the other side's door because this one's not forced open. So he's assuming they broke into the grape side's door and then messed with the settings over there.
Yeah, which we can't establish as Nagito, so we're gonna have to tell him to become Hajime to fix that.
Potentially.
Well, potentially. I don't think we're going to be playing as Nagito for the rest of this investigation. We're eventually going to turn back to Hajime.
I actually don't recall if we switch back. Like, I know we eventually go back to Hajime, but I don't know if we go back to Hajime after the investigation's done. Like, we've done everything Hajime gets to do, and now we have to do everything else as Nagito, or if we do eventually get to go back. But yeah, we'll see. The elevator's stuck on the grape side. Wouldn't that mean the last person used it? So he knows that the elevator is on the grape side. Like, that's where the actual elevator is.
Yep,
sitting.
that's where the elevator is.
Alright.
Hey! You...
Sorry, I don't know why I'm sleepy. It's probably not even 11 at this point.
It is 11:10. Jeez, I'm trying to do repairs without any tools. No matter how much time I get, it won't be enough.
Why does he just have this? Okay, so he stole it from the grocery store. Why did they just give this to him? How was that dangerous?
It's got a knife on it and stuff.
It's got a knife, which makes it dangerous. Ah! Well, it's obviously not Nagito, because they wouldn't give him something that fucking obvious and be like, well,
Anyway.
well, he did it.
Nagito's going, but in exchange, I want you to do something.
He has a
The tool has a
compass.
compass.
There's a compass.
After the elevator is fixed, I want you to ride the elevator and see how the compass reacts.
Now, what the hell is Nagito thinking? Does he think it's in, like, a big circle? I mean, it's not much of a truth bullet because we're just assuming. Okay, so they broke the shit out of the button. I mean, there had to be a good reason why they did that.
Let's make history.
Because this makes no sense if this was the plan, like, before the murder. It's like, I'm gonna break both sides of the entry. It's like, why? That's way too much effort. Which means that Sonia did do the crime this time.
Alright, time for us to go into the
if
final dead room.
If the killer did solve this challenge, maybe they left a clue behind. You should probably go in, Nagito. Instead of debating with yourself about going in. This is a very elaborate game. Okay.
Monami apparently got trapped in here at one point.
Yep. And she's too dumb to solve the puzzle. Also, can't we ask her who did it? Because the killer would have been in here.
She might have gotten trapped in here after the killer did it. We can't say for sure when the killer went through here and when Monami got trapped in here. Because Monami was there, I believe, for the morning Tai Chi?
Well, tell Nagito to ask her.
I'm trying to think when the last time we saw Monami was.
Yeah, maybe Tai Chi.
It should have been not this day's morning, but the morning of the previous day. Oh, okay, so she came here after the body discovery announcement, apparently.
Okay, so she wouldn't have seen the killer. Which means that, like always, she is a useless character.
I love Monami. She's the greatest useless character.
I don't get it.
I also think her theme is just popping, though.
What's the puzzle of this room, anyway? No, Nagito probably doesn't deserve to be alive. He's not using his existence to help anybody. Except himself in the ultimate act of selfishness.
Alright, escape.
Check the laptop.
Alright, Nagito, is anything you don't get, just ask me. By all means, I'll help you and make sure you get out of here.
Nagito's even dunking on Monami.
Anyway, the game now has become like an old schooler kind of game.
There's a 4 on the floor? Yeah, I don't think that's a 4, but it might be a 4. Huh?
He thinks it looks like a compass. For instance, a symbol that you often see on a map. A map compass.
You want me to punish you guys?
Thrills, chills, kills!
Okay, fair enough.
There's something under the bed, but we don't have whatever we need to
Watch
get it.
the news. Northeast, west, south.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess it's northeast, west, south. What's this one? This is a number code.
Yeah, it's a number code, which we don't
Yeah,
have.
Really back out of it. Okay, there we go.
3.
We have a 3 on the wall here. We have a laptop over there. We have drawers over here. We have
It's
a
a
6
giant
on this wall.
6. Or it's a 9 because the line's upside down.
Or yeah, it's you're right. It's a 9. Okay, so I figured it out. Watch the news. It's the north side of the room, then the east side of the room. Like that's the order the numbers go in.
Well, what's the compass point say? I mean, how do we determine which way is north from this?
Well, this is a compass. So on a map compass, the arrow points north, like where the arrowhead is, points north. So this is north. And then that would make, so this is north, east, south, west.
5. Oh, we can use that for the bed.
So it's 5. So what is it?
395?
It'd be 395. We don't have a number. Oh, 7.
Okay, well, there it is.
Okay. So it was what? You said it was 3957.
Yeah. Because that would be east.
No problem.
Yeah, it did work.
Alright, it's a digital camera and a USB stick.
Well, stick it in. Because we need to get those photos. And there's no battery, which is great.
Yeah, so we need to find a battery for the. Oops, wrong button. The digital camera.
Put thing on bed. Well, how do we do that? How do we deal with our inventory?
I think I just interact with the bed. Oh no, maybe.
Click on the item?
No, my guess is I have to find something that I can use to straighten it out, like a tool.
Okay, let's check some drawers.
Well, yeah, we didn't check this yet. Okay, there we go. We have
That'll
pliers,
do
so-
it. Well, how do we use that on the hat? What?
The on compress password.
So this might go for the computer?
So the first letters.
Probably not, but sure.
Yeah, so Nagito also agrees that it's probably not that simple. And then we don't have a lock for the other thing. What about the TV?
Throw this TV at something.
TV's broken. I keep hitting the wrong button to go out. Okay, so now if I interact with the bed, will it just automatically do it?
No. This is... I don't understand how the interaction works.
I'll figure it out in a second. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's... Okay, you can learn the details by using the left mouse button. You move the cursor over the item and press the right button if you'd like to use it. So I've been clicking with the wrong mouse button.
Okay,
That's all it is.
I'll do it. There we go. Desk key,
That's
perfect.
Oh yeah, we need a battery for the camera, that's right.
Yep. And the battery's in this desk.
Probably. Nope, we got
This
scissors
isn't.
instead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, but it got rid of the key. So we still have a slot. Well, God,
you.
I keep hitting the wrong buttons. It's usually I'm gonna use the scissors on the stuffed animal
Yeah,
to cut
that'll-
it open.
That makes sense.
Enough already.
That's a really elaborate thing that you did. It's a photo of. Oh, the SM
So,
thingy.
yeah, instead of it being the days of the week, it's the planets.
Sure.
Oh yeah, I have to use the thumb drive on the laptop probably to get it to open. Okay, now we need a password next.
No.
So Monami tried her password at the days of the week and it was wrong.
It's obviously SM.
So
It's V. It's V E M.
it's the first letters of all the planets in order. So F M
E.
yeah, E for no, Venus is next before
Oh
Earth.
yeah, it's okay.
It goes Sun, Mercury, Venus,
Oh yeah,
Earth,
because it is
Mars,
two.
Jupiter, Saturn.
Is it? Yeah, it would be 7 letters long because of the weeks of the days of the week.
Alright, we got in.
What the fuck is this? Is that really what it is? No, not a lot of people would get that reference. But then how are we going to use an Othello game to figure this out?
It's not. I think it's hinting at. I think we use it to hint at the which puzzle, what numbers go for the door.
To me.
Is the panel Morse coding at us?
Yeah. So it does a pattern of dots, and those dots correspond to numbers.
Okay, so 1,
The first
1
one
and
is
4
the first one
is
is
9.
no, the first one's not 9.
Yeah, it has to be 9. That's the only one that has 1 and 4.
Yeah, but the first one's 1, 2, and 4. It's 3 dots. So is one of these 1, 2? Isn't it? I swear.
To me.
Because yeah, see, the first one is 1, so it's okay. Now it's starting from the beginning. So
1.
that's the first one. That's the first one. That's the third one. That's the
Yeah,
fourth one.
the first one is 1 and then 4.
The first one is 4, I'm guessing. And then it's no, because that wouldn't make sense. Hold on. Because none of these are lit up properly to be the first digit.
9 still is.
What? No, it's not. The first 9 is the first dot and the fourth dot. If
Yes.
we go and look at the lights, 3 of them are lit up, not 2 of
1.
them.
And then blank, and then blank, and then it lights up on 4. 1. 4.
But that's the first one. Those 3 dots are the first one. Then it's 1 dot. Then it's 2 dots, 2 dots. That's the order. So that's the first digit. That's the second digit. That's the. You might be a little delayed, but
I can
It's-
kind of see what you're seeing, but I think we're looking at it differently.
because it's the first one. The first
Well,
one is
then-
first dot.
well,
third
how are you
dot,
gonna-
fourth dot, and then it's just the third dot.
Oh, I see what you're seeing.
And then it's the back 2 dots, then it's the front 2 dots. Right?
Well, I guess we can try your method.
Well, the problem is none of them correspond to my method properly.
Then
hold on.
let's try mine.
They might. Hold on. Let me take a second look.
Well, I mean, there's no number that has the last 2 open either. Like the bottom 2 don't have any corresponding anything.
That's true.
Ugh. Well, I'm gonna have to look at the puzzle. I mean, we have to look at the... Looking at the code isn't gonna help.
Mm-hmm. I currently wrote down the puzzle, so I'm currently looking at what I wrote down, because I drew the, correspondings. So just give me a second. Yeah, the problem, as you said, none of them have the bottom 2 lit up.
Leave it to me.
Because we have...
Okay, so my method would have the first 2 be 9, 8. And then the next one is 1, 2, and 3. And then it's 1 and 3. So, now I have to look at the code.
Well, there's only 4 digits. Wait. It's because how are you getting
Well,
things
let
out
me
of
look
here?
at the code, and then I can finish this.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to say the dots are doing.
Well, I got the dots, now I need the code.
But I want you to explain to me exactly how you see those numbers in the dots.
Well, I want to get the freaking code so that I can try and give you at least an answer. Okay, so it's 9875.
And why is it that, though?
Because it's in...
Leave it to me.
Because it's in...
Because it's in sequence. The numbers are blinking in sequences. But they're individual sequences. The whole thing isn't a sequence.
Doesn't it blink the same way every single time?
Yeah, it does. That's why you can figure it out.
Alrighty.
Can we just use the pliers? Throw the pliers at it.
No, we can't. I mean, maybe we can, but...
Fuck you, number box.
I'm still trying to figure out... I don't understand how you get those... I don't understand how 9 is 3 dots lit up when only 2 dots here are lit up for 9.
No, there's 2 lit up for 9. That's what they are.
But when we look at the thing, there's 3 for the first digit lit up.
No, there's not, because it's an individual sequence. It's not the whole thing.
What do you mean it's not the whole thing?
Well, it's not. It's an individual number sequence for each number.
Right.
Yes.
So those 4 dots are a number, those 4 dots are a number, those 4 dots are a number, and those 4 dots are a number.
No, they're not, because you're taking the whole thing, whereas individually, they're each their own sequence. Now throw the pliers at it. Destroy this number box. We need to get the interface open. Wait, we have to put it into the other thing?
Hold on.
What?
I'm still trying to figure out what you're implying with the dots, because like, how are the 4 dots not all together for each number?
Because they're not. That's the thing. They're not all one. They're not all one sequence. They're 4 individual sequences.
Yeah, there's 4 individual sequences. I get that, because it's.
I think you're still looking.
This dot are one sequence. This dot lit up by itself.
No,
is
it's
one
not. That's not what I'm saying. Why they're individual. Each time that each 4 blinks, they're giving you one sequence for one number. It's not a whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Though
Then I don't get why you're not seeing it.
Well, because
you don't take all 4 lights together to make a digit. It's each
what do you mean?
it's each sequence of 4 lights for each digit.
Right.
Individually.
What do you mean individually? That would only mean one light lit up if you're looking at an individual light.
Well, technically that is true, because you're just supposed to figure it out one at a time.
Right, but this is 3 lights, that's 1 light, that's 2 lights, that's 2 lights.
Yeah, which is still not how I'm seeing it.
Right, and I'm trying to figure out how you're seeing it. Because what am I supposed to be looking at for the number?
Well, let me give you my answer is that, okay, for the first digit, it's 1 and 4.
How is it 1 and 4 though?
Well, look at it. See, it's
The 3 of them are
resetting.
lit up.
There's 1. And then it lit up on the 4th. And that's the first digit. Whereas the second digit is only lighting up on the 4th. Because there's only 1 light going on for it.
But how is that the 4th? That's the 3rd light turning on.
Well, no, because it's always in sequence of 4 lights. And then it resets. So it's always giving you numbers in 4. Like the third one, it's 1, 2, and 3. Which is why it's 7. And then for the 4th one, it's 1 and 3. Which is why it's 5.
What? So this is the first digit of the code, right? That's the second one. This is the 3rd digit. That's the 4th digit, right?
No, it's not. Because,
so which one's the first digit?
Because the first digit, I think, is 9, because it's blinking on 1 and 4. And that's because it's giving you 4 blinks each time. And the first set is the first blink, and the second set is the second blink. And it is the second for each digit, but they're flashing in different ones, which is why it's like some are closed and some are open, which is what gives you the codes. Now,
yeah, I get that some are open and some are closed, but
now how do we interface with this thing?
well, we just do this, but
How? Well, it's telling us no, so do we have to input it in the other thing? Yeah, because the Megiddo is like, there's only one interface in this room. So we're just gonna have to go hit that button box.
saying it's this thing?
I think so, because he's like, well, there's only one interface, just put the number in it.
Alright, I'll put your number in. And we'll see if you're right. And then I will need a fucking rocket scientist to...
I got it!
open?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so fucking confused.
The first one was 1 and 4.
But how was it 1 and 4? There was 3 lights lit up.
No, there was only 2 lights lit up for its sequence.
No, there's 3. Wait. I wish the lights were blinking, but they're not blinking anymore, I don't think.
No, they're not blinking anymore because we solved the puzzle.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out how the... unless I'm going crazy, the way I saw it was the first 3 lights that lit up were the first light, the third light, and the fourth light. The second time they lit up was just the third light.
Yeah, which is why it's not the code, because that doesn't signify to anything.
I'm aware, but I'm trying to figure out how it signifies this number.
Because on the sequence of the first digit, the first and the fourth light were...
Oh, fuck me, no, I just saw it. Yeah, so when you write them down in sequence, it becomes horizontal and vertical. I need to look at them vertically, not horizontally. That's how it is, right? I have to look at the light sequences vertically, not horizontally.
I mean,
right?
I guess.
Well, yeah, because what you did was you took the first 3 lights that lit up, the second light that lit up, the third 2 lights that lit up, and the fourth 2 lights that lit up, but you looked at it in terms of up and down if you stack all those lines together, rather than reading them across, which is how I was doing it.
I guess technically that's one way to look at it. I was just, the way that I think you were working at it is that you took all 4 lights in one shot as a number, which isn't how it's supposed to be.
Right.
You're just
and
supposed
that's why I was confused, because I was like, that doesn't give me a number.
You're just supposed to read the 4 blinks on one digit, and that gives you its number.
Yeah,
Which it blinked on the first, and then it was blank on 2 and 3, and then it lit up on 4.
Yeah, no, you're correct, and I see it now. It clicked all of a sudden when I literally like lifted up what I drew, because I drew the light patterns and I stacked them as I drew them. I like, went, okay, here's the first light, here's the second series of lights, here's the third series of lights, here's the fourth series of lights. And then when I held it up to the screen, I'm like, wait, now it's vertical, and next to the screen, if it's vertical, then now I have vertical numbers. Okay, that was clever.
Leave it to me.
I somehow solved this the first time I played the game. I don't know how I did it, but because I definitely didn't do it today.
Well, did you try the 10,000 codes like Monami suggested?
I did not.
I wonder if you get a stupid achievement for doing that. Okay, so what did we win from the lock? Well, we got a key. We got a keyhole. So what do we do with the keyhole? Do we put the USB in it? I mean, we have a key. Oh wait, we don't have a key anymore. We threw away our key.
Yeah, I was gonna say we had a key to.
Then I'm confused.
We had a key, but where did it go?
Let's stick the scissors in the keyhole. Monami, tell us where the key is. We need a hint.
Wait, where did my key go?
Well, you threw away your key, and you replaced it with something else.
Unless it's the USB, yeah, I know. It's what got replaced by the scissors. I'm just gonna try the USB because it's key shaped.
Well, unless you want to try the fucking... What?
It's the USB because the USB is key shaped.
That's so dumb. Oh, so they didn't take the revolver? That's weird. What do you mean colors combined? You did nothing. You did absolutely nothing. It was the 2 brains of Nagito who figured it out. Wait, the door's locked?
Door's still locked.
What, do we have to use the gun to open the door? I mean, the game offered us a gun. We should take the gun.
Anyways, Nagito says the game isn't over yet.
Shove Monami in the lock.
Well, remember that nothing in the game so far could have killed us, and this is supposed to be a game that can take our life.
So what, do we have to shoot ourselves? Or do we have to kill Monami with the gun?
Monami's telling us when she first arrived in the room, she received a letter.
I'm sorry.
I thought it was a prank, so I didn't have a chance to tell you.
You are liable for the roulette?
So it says solve the mystery of the final dead room and you will obtain the right to play the life-threatening game. about the life-threatening game, it's a life-threatening roulette.
Oh, that's
P.S.
bullshit.
You are held liable for setting the roulette difficulty. Depending on the difficulty, I have prepared special prizes, but make sure you don't overdo yourself. So, depending on how many bullets you put in the chamber, you get different rewards.
Oh my god, this is fucking... Russian something?
Russian roulette.
Ah, okay. Are you sure we can't just shoot Monami with the gun and call it a day? Oh, yeah, they literally just explained it. I would give the game the chance to tell me these things if it wasn't so slow about it all the time.
It's not that slow. It said it like 2 sentences after we said Russian roulette.
Yeah, which is 6 seconds that we can't afford.
You can't.
I mean, Nagito is also the ultimate lucky boy, so he's gonna win this.
Yeah, so if you put 1 bullet in, you have a 1 in 6 chance of dying.
Hell, he would probably win this even if he put all 6 bullets in. They're probably like jam or something. What is Nagito talking about? Oh, he wants to make it more exciting.
He's talking about the highest difficulty would be just removing 1 bullet and having a 1 in 6 chance of surviving rather than a 1 in 6 chance of dying.
Is Monami really gonna sit here and watch us do this? Because this is pretty fucked up. Oh, we're gonna watch us see it do it.
Hold on, Nagito. What are you doing?
He's also got the glassy eyes thing going, so he looks really weird.
I've only removed 1 bullet, so there's only a 1 in 6 chance that I'll survive.
You can't.
You must all get like the ultimate prize for this.
It's not much
Which
of a
is-
talent, but even I have an ultimate level talent, you know? I'm the ultimate lucky student. But if I can't win when there's only a 1 in 6 chance of success, then what kind of ultimate talent is that? I mean, if my luck gets me killed like this, there's no way you can really call that talent. If I'm
It's
truly the
It's
ultimate
not really a
lucky
talent,
student,
though.
I need to survive.
It's just like he was bestowed upon it by the gods that he always wins.
Yeah, so Makoto of the first game is the ultimate lucky student in the sense that he won a raffle by chance. Nagito has been shown multiple times so far is the ultimate lucky student in the sense that literally the world seems to work in his favor.
Isn't that
Yeah, we already saw that with the Taro mistake.
Please stop.
Yep, he won. Which literally everyone... Wait, did he click it twice? Oh no, that was the door.
The second one was the door unlocking.
I was like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. Did Nagito just cheat?
Monami, look, listen to what Monami's saying though. Monami is now officially scared of Nagito.
What are you talking about? You weren't scared before?
Was scared of. She was scared for him before.
Oh, wow. This is insane. Hey, do you want a murder tool? We got all of them. So what would you get if you did this on, like, 1 bullet difficulty? Would he just give you, like, hey, here's a slingshot?
I mean, I assume you still get access to this room, but you don't get other things. Like, he's giving us the fucking Future Foundation book.
Do you think Nagito's gonna give us this information, or he's gonna hide it on himself? I don't know if Nagito's that much of a dickhead. You get to see the future stuff that the audience didn't see before. Why is Monami talking about permission?
We're getting a bunch of shit. So we got a Future Foundation book that's
Oh,
apparently
he gets
a
to figure out
continuation
what our skill is.
and it's a Hope's Peak Academy book.
This is clearly yeah, it's the profiles that he was talking about earlier. Are they gonna tell Nagito that he used to be a good person? Or maybe he's the traitor and he doesn't have a past because he's a completely different identity. Is he talking about Junko?
No, no good person like me. He's referring to himself.
Well, who said that? Did Nagito say that?
Yeah, so it's this contains the student profile from your time at Hope Peak Academy. Meanwhile, meaning they're profiles that you guys don't even remember. Our time at Hope Peak Academy, huh? But after all this time, I still can't believe it. You mean the matter concerning your stolen memories? I mean a no good person like me spending time with everybody else. At Hope Peak
Okay,
Academy.
so he's still talking about how he's trash and he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
Damn, that could have been really interesting, and it just turned out to be just Nagito.
I mean, well, how could it have been interesting the other way? The other way would have been that
Well, the
He
other
couldn't
way would
believe
be
his
like
memories
Mono
were
Bear
stolen.
spent like time at Hope's Peak for all this time, and that could have been interesting. Like he was
Man,
having
no.
his machinations way in advance. Or, you know, he's still a robot and he was controlled, like, way before then by another student.
Well, we'll have to find out. There is a chance that Monokuma existed back then, but we don't know yet.
Someone like me was useful, says the guy who fucks everyone else over. Ugh. Well, of course he was. He's the ultimate lucky student. Of course he won everything. Oh my god, Nagito's gonna be getting all this information. This is gonna be so fucked up.
Hey,
He's not gonna be able to tell anybody. It's just gonna be doled out in stupid riddles.
hey, hey!
What are you saying?
No!
I mean, it doesn't even matter if she dies because she's just gonna come back. She's got infinite lives, so it doesn't matter. He's not even gonna read it! What? Nagito! You got the ultimate file and you're not even gonna look at it? Why are there fridges here? What is that gonna do? Oh, it's full of poison. That makes sense. There's also a rocket launcher if you want to be completely unsubtle. That's gotta be the most useless weapon ever. Like, you're trying to do it all secret-like and you just blow up somebody with a rocket launcher. That's the dumbest way to kill anyone. They'd instantly figure it out. Is there a basement to this place?
I don't know, but
There's lots and lots of stuff. Is this like that dumb riddle where we have to pick out, like, what's actually the ultimate thingamabob amongst the pile of crap?
No, we don't get to actually see it because Nagito's gonna bring shit up during the trial like
There's
normal.
a window? Like a
Yeah,
legit
so he's
window?
looking out. He's looking out the window, and he figured something out by looking outside the window.
And it drove him insane? Just on the funhouse, not the entire island? We're not gonna learn any of this, are we?
I mean, we learn about it by knowing it's there, but we don't get to know exactly what's on the other side of the two things that were important. Like, the weapons just say, okay, this is where he got the supplies, but, like, the window says something and the hatch says something.
Do you think that the whole, like, hidden ultimate weapon is gonna go anywhere, or does it not matter?
Well, so he's saying by looking at the window and the hatch, he has now realized the mystery of the ultimate weapon of the funhouse. So he knows what the ultimate weapon is now.
The ultimate weapon is the truth?
Yeah, probably.
So schmaltzy and dumb.
Anyway, now all I have to do is tell everybody else about this. Before I do that,
You have the choice to actually look at the file? I read it for 6 hours. talking now? Or is this just a flashback? Wait,
Oh, we're
what?
going We're back to Hajime.
Oh, you fucker, game. You fucker.
We know Nagito has a bunch of things we need now.
Yes,
as
he has
players.
all the clues.
Well,
He literally has every piece of information, but Nagito has it, which is so fucked. It's so bad. We're not gonna get any of the information. Nagito's just gonna fucking hide it on his person, and he's gonna just keep telling us riddles to drive us nuts. So, okay, what's the plan?
We're gonna call Strawberry, but then Nagito showed up.
Was the door to the terrible room here? In Grape House? That's not the question. It's how did you show up? Yeah, exactly. Oh, fuck you, dude. Come on. What? How is this a bullet? Why?
The elevator's still broken.
How does this help anything? Nagito didn't even tell us any information. He just told us, well, I did. Because I'm here. But that doesn't tell us any fucking information, you dumb fuckface.
Guess I talk to him again?
Hey,
Just the two of us?
I tried to investigate Strawberry House as much as I could.
now then.
Well, let's go.
So I'm getting all the truth bullets from his when I played as him now.
Do they really need to bother doing this?
Yeah, because so if I'm in the trial and I'm shooting the bullets and arguing as Hajime, how can I argue for the things that I saw as Nagito? So they have to have a part in the story where Nagito gives us the information that he found.
I don't think they need to have this. They could just be like, well, we'll pool all the bullets together, and that's the reason.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain the logic behind it. So like the bullets are I'm not in lore, I'm not actually shooting their arguments with bullets. I'm using the logic I learned through investigating to counter argument their stuff. So Hajime can't counter argue anything that uses Nagito's bullets because he doesn't have them because he didn't witness that stuff. So
Well, we're
Nagito has
just
to
learning this
tell
secondhand,
Hajime-
so how do we even know this is good information? We're just taking it on his word that it is.
Hey,
That's fair. But it's still the truth bullets, and if we use, fucking Fuyuhiko's, account as a bullet, then Fuyuhiko will go, oh yeah, right? So there's other people to back all this stuff up.
Well, yeah, because
Like-
it's an eyewitness testimony.
Right. But Hajime can't bring up any of it himself. That's why he needs to be told by Nagito what Nagito found on the Strawberry side.
wow.
Well, not to you. It's a Russian roulette where he put it up to max difficulty because he's such a fucker. Because he knew.
Like, so that's how you're supposed to play.
He doesn't even know what it is before he did it.
No, he's playing. We played as him. We know he knew the game.
Yeah, but
He's playing cheesy.
Misunderstood. Oh my god, you fuck.
He's
You have to
feigning-
be lying. It's a lie.
He's feigning stupidity. He knew what he was doing when he put all the bullets in except for one, but he's claiming, oh, I didn't know. Whoops.
Well,
Because we played as him. We know that he knew what he was doing when he put the bullets in.
I mean, Hajime, didn't he tell people that he was fine with, going down during the trial because, things will just work out? It's fine it's fine if you want to kill me.
He was fine with playing a victim for a killer, and he was fine for helping a killer get away with the crime.
Didn't he, directly tell people that it was okay for us to vote him up as the killer?
Yes, because he's playing both sides because he believes the true hope will always
you stay
prevail.
quiet.
Huh?
Oh, we interrupted him.
Okay, so move back and
Not
forth.
only
Where
that-
would you even be able to do that? And Okay, so we're just keep asking him questions, but he keeps dodging us, and now he's complaining that we're doing that? Oh, you're right. We just interrupted him, and he just wants to talk.
Hmm. And he's saying that we've been repeating ourselves, and that's because we've been asking him how the fuck he got over here.
Yep.
Oh, so he was just burying the lead. He just wants to be dramatic because he's like that. Here's Byakuya again. So what did you learn then? Was it just like a description of their daily lives?
Right?
Well, he didn't die, so... I mean, that's pretty vague, though. That's like... I don't know. I wouldn't say that the first murder had to do, like, with... Oh, if they mean, like, the first murder... I guess, fake Junko's death wasn't really a murder.
That's not the one he's counting. He's referring to Sayaka.
Yeah, it's like... I was like, fake Junko wasn't really the same, like, at all.
No. And then the second one revealed the presence of a serial killer among the group. Which is not true in this case, but still happened.
Doesn't Pico kill a lot of people?
I mean, but she's not the serial killer she was claiming to be.
Oh, the justice thing.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hated that so much.
The third killing was a double homicide.
Hey.
Is he not revealing the similarities between this one? How it turned out that, you know, the super strongest... Oh no, now he's just being like, hey, what if it's actually a suicide? Ooh. I mean, if this was a suicide, this is gonna be like the most nuts case ever. Because it's pretty elaborate for a suicide.
Well...
Oh wow, he's actually revealing everything.
He's showing that he has it. We still haven't got to open the actual books.
I mean, if he ripped out a whole bunch of pages, it's gonna be pretty obvious he did that. How does it only contain my information? It's as large as a fucking textbook! Look at this thing!
Jeez.
Is my rap sheet like 60 pages long?
Right? Man.
It's because you're a ghost. What do you mean, just some? Doesn't that mean I'm an ultimate anyway?
Nope.
Really?
Well...
Unlike the primary department for the main course students who possess ultimate talents, the reserves department is for reserve students who enter the school through a basic entrance exam.
So...
Essentially, you're like a substitute or a second string.
So, we just got... So, the reason why he's special is because he's really boring.
The reason why we're special is because we're the only one here who's not special.
Okay. That's
So
kind
the
of...
reserve department is pretty much only exists to increase revenue.
Okay, so...
The ultimates get scouted and brought in for free, and they get full ride, get to go to the school and be ultimates. The reserve students are normal students who go to school like normal and pay a hefty tuition to go to the school with this great name and great reputation.
So, it's just a bad twist.
I don't know, I like the twist that we're not actually an ultimate. I think is a good twist, but...
Well, yeah, but what's the point? It's like, we're nothing. Like, what does this have to do with anything?
Well, we're nothing, but also remember that the reserve students were the ones that rioted and revolted against the other students.
Yeah, well, we're still
we
here.
know that.
And plus, we have amnesia, so how is this rebellion gonna play into anything?
Well, it plays into, Yes, it doesn't play into exactly right this second, but it makes you wonder where Hajime was during all of that. Like, if he was revolting against the Ultimates, if he what was he involved with an organization because something was working behind the reserve students? Like, there's all these questions that now open up that we know that Hajime, and our main protagonist, was on the other side of the Ultimates, and what happened to destroy the world.
Well, if these questions are going to be important, then they're going to have to start going somewhere.
Isn't that right?
Well, he doesn't know. Because of amnesia.
There's no mistake.
I mean, I can't fault Nagito for that. He has a strong will.
You don't even know?
He's gonna kill a lot of people. I mean, I might have talent, I just don't know.
Man.
I mean, we probably have talent in the regular sense, but we apparently don't have talent in the ultimate sense.
That's not
I can fold the best paper airplane. Voosh. And then it gets stuck in Nagito's hair. He's gonna harp on this forever, isn't he?
Well, yeah, so remember that his whole shtick is that he thinks he's lesser than the Ultimates? Well, we're
yeah,
not
but
an
now he's
Ultimate,
not lesser than us.
Yeah, so in his mind now, he's no longer lesser than us, he's now better than us.
I mean, fair enough. I wouldn't have been able to survive the 5 and 6 Russian roulette game. I thought he said he pieced all of this together before he even got here.
Well, he didn't figure out who the traitor was. He just says he doesn't think we are the traitor because we're garbage. So there's no way we're the traitor.
How can I be
I think-
garbage? I'm the protagonist of this visual novel.
Well, also in my opinion, if he's the odd one out, that makes him more likely to be
Yeah,
the
exactly.
traitor. In my mind, but,
Yeah, but
because he sees us as so much lesser, that means we're not even capable of being the traitor. That's his mindset.
Well, he's a terrible traitor. He has amnesia. He forgot his mission.
Well,
We'll get around to it. Eventually.
Yep.
Nagito's thinking that they might be pulling another Junko thing. Except I don't know how you do that, because it's not like... They weren't killed by the system. I mean, I guess McNamara was killed by the system, technically. Because he was... Well, no, now he's truly dead, so he wasn't killed by the system. He was killed by somebody.
He's not telling us the secret, though, to the actual murder case that he saw at the window and stuff.
Man.
So the thing he saw had to do with the murder and not with the premise?
Yeah, it had to do with the ultimate weapon, which was for this case, so...
It was a gianter hammer.
Hmm.
It was on a turret and he could drive it around.
Jeez.
That's not a tidbit. That's a lie.
Oh.
I may not be an ultimate, but I can still punch you in the fucking face. I mean, I'm de facto leader, boy. I'm the one doing everything.
Bye now.
Hey,
He's actually shocked? I mean, it's not that shocking.
What do you mean? If you're among all these ultimate people and you assume you're one of them, it's a really big, shocking blow to suddenly realize you're not.
Eh.
Like, how is that not shocking from his perspective?
I don't know, he loses all of his potential. He could just be a normal person.
I mean,
He knows
yeah,
normal
but-
people.
Right, he knows. But my point is, this entire time he's been missing his identity, right, and missing these memories and everything. He's been thinking he's one of these ultimates, just like all the other ones.
Yeah,
So
I don't see it.
You don't think getting bad news that you're not good when you think you're good is shocking? Like,
yes.
good as in skilled. So if you thought you were super good at something, and suddenly someone came up to you and said, nah, you're shit, that wouldn't be shocking to you to suddenly find out what you thought you were good at something that's not shocking to you?
Well, it's like I never had to possess these skills anyway. I just thought I did, and I couldn't fucking do it, so what's the difference? It's like, functionally, not much has changed.
I mean, sure, not much has changed. That's true, but that doesn't mean it's still not shocking if you thought you were something greater than you were.
I don't know, I don't really see Hajime as a person who invested himself in this whole ultimate thing as a part of his personality.
I mean, he
It's
was
like
wondering
with a lot
what his
of
ultimate talent was the whole game.
Well, yeah, but to him...
It was definitely on his mind. Yeah, he was wondering what it was and how he could forget it. These were things that ran through his head every chapter.
He was asking himself the question, but he didn't have the abilities.
I mean, yeah, he didn't have any
couldn't
abilities
figure
'cause
it
turned-
out.
Yeah, he couldn't figure it out because there was nothing to find out. And finding out that there was nothing to find out was shocking. When he thought there was something to find out and that he just needed to figure it out and he'd eventually figure it out, to find out that there is nothing to find is shocking.
I don't really believe that.
Yep.
Nothing was taken away from him other than the potential that he thought he had.
Right. Nothing was taken away from him literally. That's true. But to
No, he-
think you have something and to still find out you don't is shocking.
Well, now he can refocus once he gets over the revelation. I think it'd be more.
Yeah.
I think it'd be more revelatory that he was a part of this reserve group that we've heard all these horror stories about.
That is what he's part of.
Yes, it is what he's part of. So why doesn't he just focus on that? Like, that's actually that's more interesting.
I mean, he probably will. You just got to get over the fact that he has, he's missing talent. Anyway, I don't.
Well, tell him to sit down for 15 minutes and he'll get over it.
Well, I mean, he's already like. Chiaki gave him a pep talk. He's back he put it out of his mind for now. He's back focused on the case.
I mean, he's not gonna personally think that he's, like, lesser than any of these guys. Mostly because these guys act like such fucking pricks who don't do anything. I mean, he's the one doing the work. He's the one making the connections between these people. Unless they're, like, off-screen talking to each other that we never see. Like, he's still doing things. He has skills. You might not think he does because it's so, like, functionally it's like a simple thing to do, but no one does it. Okay, so he did do the compass test, and it did flip entirely around.
What? 180 degrees isn't entirely around.
Well, I guess. Yeah, it's only a half turn.
Yeah, it turned to the opposite side. So if it was facing towards the knife, it was then facing down the handle.
I mean, that's still a pretty shocking development. That the building isn't where it's supposed to be.
Well, that's obvious.
Wait, how would that happen? Is it like the buildings are like north and south from each other? They're like built side by side. Because I have a hard time believing that the building is like upside down. Because I don't think that I don't know if that'd be possible.
Hey,
Well, also there's no gravity like thing in the elevator, so it's not like they would just fall on their heads.
right.
So they can't be upside down. The door's not forced open, though, so they did manage to get the key for it.
No, like, the game didn't change how it looks out here, I don't think. But he said it was broken open.
For now.
They forced open the panel and changed the settings by tampering with the safety device, just as I thought. Definitely looks like the panel is forced open.
Yeah, sure it does. Kazuichi, I'll just take your word on that.
Judgment!
That wasn't
What the
Kazuichi,
fuck did that mean?
I don't know, he's just yelling shit. Oh, holy shit.
Joshki was like right behind us.
Hey,
He's not a detective!
see?
What are you talking about? He like doles out information so randomly, how would you ever call him a detective?
I mean, he's a detective because he himself is investigating. That makes him a detective. Detectives don't have to share what they find.
Well,
Kind of hard for me to take him seriously as a detective when it's just like, I'll just keep all the information to myself. And then I'll use it to fuck with all of you.
Alright, and we gotta go back to where the body was now.
Do you think he managed to find another clue? Or are we just like, hey, we learned all this stuff. Now we're gonna share it.
You serious? Damn it.
Oh yeah, they didn't see the body yet.
Well,
Have we figured out why he's tied up?
right?
Why would you need to disassemble the whole thing?
cannot be.
I don't think that's how this would... That doesn't sound like a good idea, though.
Damn it!
You stay quiet. Damn it. Jeez. Ah.
I mean, you kind of have to be honest.
Well,
Well, what do you want us to do, smartass? Is there? He hasn't really changed except for Hajime.
No, he's no longer acting lesser than everybody. He's actually bossing them around.
Oh yeah, he doesn't think he's trash. Except that... He was still talking about that like 10 minutes ago.
damn it.
This seems very sudden. Was there like more in the book that he read that we didn't?
Huh?
We'll have to find out.
Hmm.
The clock in his body has something to do with it? I mean, he didn't disassemble anything, he just opened his chest cavity. Okay, so he was disassembled he was broken at 7:30?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was 5:30 that they heard the thing.
Yeah, so according to everybody's account, 5:30 is when we heard the big thud, like the sound of the pillar falling. And according to that same clock, when we left this morning to come to the Tai Chi and found the body, it was 5 minutes to 7. So we found the body at 5 minutes to 7.
Okay.
But that clock says 7:30.
Something isn't adding up here.
Right.
Yeah, we know this.
That's in case you forgot.
It was only like an hour ago. Maybe like an hour and a half.
It's only an hour. It's only an hour ago if you've been playing the game continuously and haven't set it down. But what if I saved and then didn't get back to it for a month?
Then you're kind of a weirdo.
I mean, we play this game every 2 weeks and you forget a bunch of stuff, so like...
Well, I'm sorry if I have to recall something from 3 sessions ago. It's kind of hard.
I mean, not necessarily 3 sessions ago, but for example, let's say we quit. Let's say we quit right before we started investigating, right? Jeff? Let's say you and I saved the game and quit.
You mean the thing we're doing right now?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying let's say we did it before the investigation instead of after the investigation. So we waited, right? Mm-hmm. It's now been 2 weeks. You may have forgotten about that random talking about his radio clock. So that flashback there would have been helpful when we interacted with the body during the investigation, because you've been like, oh yeah, he did have a radio clock that was in his chest.
Well, we did need it as a truth bullet because it's probably going to come up, considering it's a something time wrong. Can we tie up Nagito again?
Jeez.
Well, what is it? Were we able to, like, I don't know, look at his belly cavity? Huh?
You don't even know?
Yeah, I know what it is. So why did Nekomaru rip this doorknob off?
Hey. See?
Did no one check the grape door?
Now then.
Where is the door for grape door?
They slide into the wall when it opens.
Well,
why would a door like that have these doorknobs?
To mess with the illusion of how they work again, because it's a fun house.
you don't know?
I mean, I guess it still work. It's just kind of weird that you couldn't design a door like that to slide in with the doorknob. But it'd be kind of weird if you did that.
It's obvious.
You'd have to have all this extra space, and the only reason you have the extra space is because the door has a doorknob on it.
Huh? See?
So yeah, he's recommending we take the chains off the door, go fix the button, and go through the other door to see if the handle's missing.
Nagito has no regard for people.
Not anymore, it seems.
What would he have seen in the octagon that caused this?
Huh?
It's presumably something in the file that he didn't tell us about.
Yeah, but he gave us the file to read.
No, he didn't give us the file, he showed it. Just because it puts the item in the upper right-hand corner doesn't mean he handed it to us.
Well, yeah, but it has to
He
tell
showed
us...
it to us and told us what was in it. He didn't actually give it to us.
Okay.
So that means we have to take his word on what he said.
Yeah, but he had the file on him. Why didn't we beat him up and take the file?
Because we don't beat people up.
Well, tell Hajime to grow some fucking balls and get it done. Because clearly he's withholding incredibly useful information, and he has it on his person.
Yep.
Right?
And I guarantee you, if you tried to punch him, he'd step out of the way in time, or you'd slip or something. Like, he's got luck on his side. So
well, then how the fuck did we tie him up in Chapter 1?
Huh?
How did that happen?
He presumably let us.
Really?
Yeah, because if things go... Remember that he drew the short straw at the beginning, but he drew the short straw because he wanted to draw the short straw.
Yeah, because he was planning...
Damn right.
Was he planning to be the murderer or the victim during that? I think he was planning to be the murderer, and Terra subverted his plan. Except that it was always his plan to do that.
I believe he used the time to cement the idea of murder into Teru's head, if I recall correctly.
Okay, so he was gonna do the crime, but not really. to set up Terra to do it for him.
Jeez, you're...
Well, there's a lock on it, so we probably can't do anything about it.
Well, so yeah, we basically said we can't do anything about the lock, so whatever. Let's just go over there and do what Nagito wants.
Do we have to walk it, like, completely around the building to check the doorknob? Because that's gonna take a while.
Hey, hey.
You? Hey, hey. Now then. Even so. Hey.
I was gonna consider maybe Nagito was acting this way because we're all part of the Reserve Corps, but then I realized that makes no sense because they all have ultimate powers.
Yep.
I mean, they're not all faking it. Well, at least Kazuichi isn't. And Gundam isn't either.
Hey, hey.
Hey, look at that.
Impossible.
Hold it.
Wait, what? They're right, how did that work?
So, hey, hey.
Well, what the fuck just happened?
So we hit the button, the door opened, and the crime scene isn't opposite like it should be. Nekumaru's body should be closer to us. It's still exactly where
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
As if we were coming for the grape door.
Does this have to do with the 180-degree thing? But then... I'm wondering how this would work. Because, I don't know, it seems like it would always have to be, like... It would always have to be, like, two doors, like, arranged like this. With, like, both doors being on one side of the circle, on two sides of the circle, equidistant from each other.
Well, also note that the chains, right?
Yes,
so,
the chains.
So the chains aren't on the grape door.
Isn't this something that they could solve, like, right now? Or is this gonna be, like, the ultimate trump card of the trial?
It's not going to be the ultimate trump card, I don't think, off the top of my head, but it's not something we're going to figure out exactly right now. It's something that we're going to piece together using the information we got.
I see.
From the trial.
So, did the killer actually figure out how this all worked, and that's why they ended up barricading both sides of the door?
They didn't barricade both sides of the door.
Then where'd the chain go?
I don't know. Where is the chain? The door we just walked through clearly doesn't have a chain because it opened, and the door across from us doesn't have a chain.
See?
So it's not like a perspective trick because then the chain just disappeared.
You're correct. The chain did disappear.
Well, it didn't because that's not how this game works. Things just don't go missing.
Well, it appears that it disappeared.
Well, there has to be a reason for it. There's been a reason for
Right.
everything else.
There has to be a reason for it. You are correct.
It's because this doorknob will prove that there was a chain on this doorknob, which is why it's so dusty. Which... I don't know. This is a very bizarre turn of events.
What?
Someone scarred up this doorknob a lot. Can we check the other doorknob and see if that one's scarred up too? Because that would prove the chain thing.
They're saying if we want to figure it out, we gotta go play the death game.
But we don't have any time because the trial started.
Yep.
How dare you do that, Nagito? Dangle the carrot and then fucking snatch it away from us instantly.
To tell
tell you the truth, I'm tired. Extremely tired.
Why was he not? Well, he's a robot, so he doesn't have to eat.
Hibernating already. Man, I know it's bad, but I'm so sleepy. Though I really don't feel like it. I'll show you my serious side when you come to the class trial. Even though it's impossible since it's so annoying, you can
What?
need to take this seriously.
It's impossible because it's so annoying.
Hey, hey.
Well, the trial's gonna be here. Somewhere.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
I've decided to make the elevator come to you. I think, Mono Bear just killed a bunch of people. Or at least injured, like, 3 of them.
All right.
Jeez, you're pathetic.
How is she the pathetic one?
Not escape.
Because she's rushing into a trap headlong.
Well, so are you, Mr. Going in Second.
I mean, he said go slower, like she ran in guns blazing. There's a difference between walking into a room and running guns blazing into a room.
It's nearly showtime.
Why is he jazzed up for this? He's the one who, like, barely talks during every trial.
Yep.
Damn it. Well,
But he's an ultimate. Unlike you, I know my place. At the top, where you're not.
damn it.
Ugh.
What?
Is this character developing, or is he just talking in circles again?
But no, he's dropping his ideal about hope. Like, he's saying there is no hope. Like, this whole thing was to prove that hope would overcome, right? That was his whole shtick. And now he's talking about hope not being...
But why does he not believe that now? Because
I mean,
nothing has changed in the grand scheme of things.
well, he learned new information that we are not privy to.
Well, yeah, which is why it's very odd. Because, like, we've done the shtick of the guy gets killed, we do the trial 4 times now, so nothing's changed there, so what the fuck does he know? That's causing him to completely 180 on this delusionary fantasy he has for a completely different delusion. Strong hope devours weak hope. But he says there is no hope
No hope in this killing.
in the killing.
Hmm.
Well, why are you talking to us anyway, then?
Hey,
You read mystery stories? Turns out... Okay.
I wonder if that's a real book.
Oh, there's gotta be tons of books like that. You know how many mystery novels about, you know, thriller stuff like that there is?
That's true.
Okay, so the story is written carefully so the reader doesn't learn that... I don't know, man. Like, people reading these books, like, you know, they seem to be able to figure it out before it happens. Just based on, like, the tropes. The protagonist is a projection of the reader, and the projection turns out to be the killer, so it turns out that we're all bad people. I mean, very figuratively. Is Nagito taking books seriously? Just because he's, like, in a book? now. You know, what'd you want me to, like, say with, like, fireworks and flowery language? You want me to do, like, ultimate karate at you with my answer? Like, what were you expecting?
Right? Man.
Well, I'm part of the group. Yeah, we're so full of ourselves that we killed you. Or we killed the other part of the reserve. I don't know who the reserve class killed. Did they just kill everyone?
Have to find out.
Don't we, like, have the first, like, line of that, though? Don't we know what happened with the reserve class? They
We know they
rebelled?
revolted. We know they revolted. We don't necessarily know exactly what that, like, how they revolted.
Hey,
We just know that at first, the school thought, you know, it would eventually die down but it turns out there was an organization behind the reserve students that caused shit to get worse, and they are the ones that led to the end of the world.
well, yeah.
It led to the Mono Bear uprising. And, we're nearing the pastel-colored end of our weekly deal, so we're gonna be concluding the balancing act pretty soon here.
Now I'm really angry. Now then.
Okay, then. I don't know, I still think that Sonia somehow did this.
Alright.
Yeah, he was one of those people who stood up for his ideals. And he actually had, like, positive ideals than, like, Nagito. I want to be pretty disappointed in Chachki if she ended up being the one who did it. Because we need our sidekick, and if our sidekick gets killed, what the fuck are we gonna do? Our sidekick is gonna become Nagito, and then we're completely fucked.
You were correct in the idea that we probably don't want to lose our sidekick and should try not to lose our sidekick.
Well, I think that's pretty interesting. I kind of wish we would have been able to elaborate on how he got tied up, but that didn't seem to, like, come around. Well, I gotta solve this disappearing chain thing, and,
Wait, how... Oh, you mean how Nekomaru got tied up, gotcha. I thought you were referring to the beginning of the story where, where Nagito got tied up.
No, we're probably not going to be able to get Nagito tied up again, because I think I don't know, it seems like he has, like, more power to, like, influence the people to not do that to him.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that's going to happen twice, even though it probably should, because, Nagito seems to be a lot more unstable than he usually is, which is weird to say. Because Nagito's always been a wild card, as I talked about in the journal before we started, where he fucked around a lot with the last trial, even though he wasn't there for any of it. Or most of it, at least. I don't know. I think Nekomaru is probably, at this point, a pretty decent victim. Since this is a legitimate murder, for probably the most likely this is actually a murder and it's not another Sakura thing.
It's not another suicide.
Because I don't think that the developer is going to stoop to being so formulaic.
Yeah, if they did, I would probably not have been happy with it.
You seem to connect with this a little bit more better than I am. Because I had issues with the last couple of chapters. But in the grand scheme of things, we're here for the trials, and the trials are have been pretty A+ across the board. It's just the stuff around the trials that really rubs me up the wrong way.
I like the wackiness of the characters.
The wackiness is a decent idea. It's just that they're so wacky that I can't connect to them as well as I did with the original cast. It still seems like I don't know them all that well. We haven't gotten a lot of moments with them.
A lot of that stuff's locked behind like the hangouts.
Yeah, but you know, we did see characters inside of like the meetings and the interactions between the murders in the original game. It doesn't seem like we have as much of that.
No, that's what I said. I said in this one, a lot of it is more locked behind the hangouts. Now, given a lot of it is still locked behind the hangouts in the first game, but not as much of it. There's a little bit more.
Well, I was thinking more about like when Celeste sat Hifume down and told him that he was her bitch at the lunchroom, and then there was the sauna contest thing, and the scenes we had with Chihiro. I was thinking about those sorts of things.
Yeah, we've got that stuff.
Doesn't seem like we got as much of it.
We had him in.
We did have Mikan sleep on her face, which was kind of interesting.
We had the whole she can't tie a sash and she needs help with that. That was a thing.
Yeah, but that's with the worst character of the group, so it's not a great example. I mean, it works for. Was Mayuri her name?
Mahiru,
that's it.
Yeah, we've had things like Akane and Nekomaru.
Yeah,
like
their beach fight.
And talking about stuff. We've had stuff with Fuyuhiko. Well, a lot with Fuyuhiko. He's currently, in my opinion, still the character who's grown the most since the start of the game.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but that's because they don't seem to be doing, like, character development to that extent with pretty much anybody else. Except for Nagito, but I think Nagito is kind of an exception.
I will state that that's still true in the first one. In the first one, there's a lot of characters who don't really develop in any way, shape, or form. They just stay who they are and have their little moments of them being them, but they stay who they are. The game will... In the first game, the game only picks so many people to actually, like, develop, and then other ones just kind of stay the wacky antics of themselves. So, like, Kyoko kind of developed, Byakuya developed.
Nobody else really did.
I was gonna say Makoto to an extent developed.
Well, yeah, but he's the protagonist, and that's even more of an exception than Nagito is.
Yeah, so that's those ones. And this one, we've had Nagito, Hajime to an extent, Nagito, and then Fuyuhiko.
I don't even know if I'd count Hajime. He isn't really changed. It's just more... I don't know, it just seems like when it does change, it's more that he's just more outspoken. Like, he isn't really going anywhere. Like, the whole revelation about the Reserve Corps didn't hit him, like, at all.
It started to hit him, but he had to put it out of his mind in order to focus on the trial. In other words, it's gonna start hitting him more after the trial.
Yeah, you're right. That's not true. He did have a few sentences immediately after he was told, but then he dropped it like when you said when Chachki talked to him about it.
Yeah, Chiaki gave him a bit of a prep talk.
Yeah, I just can't really I can't really take that name seriously. Chiaki just sounds like a car crash, which is why I always called her Chachki, because it adds more consonants to her name. It doesn't make it sound so weird.
She has 3 consonants to her name and 3 vowels to her name.
Yeah, but when you put Chachki, it's like you add like another 4 of them. And it kind of fixes it. Oh, that's what I do.
One. Don't you only add 1 when you do Chachki? Because Chachki would be C-H-A-C-H.
No, like Chachki has a lot of silent T's in it.
What? Where are the T's in Chachki?
I don't know how to spell it specifically, but I could probably get it. I could probably get it pretty quick.
Actual word? I've never heard of. I assume this was a made up name you gave her. So
No, tchotchke is a
theory-
word.
Oh, I did not know that.
Okay, so I technically spelled it wrong because I put 2 O's in it, but yeah, it's TCHOTCHKE.
Hold on. Let me give me 1 second to type it.
Because it's just like
Okay. What was it again?
TCHOTCHKE.
TCHO.
And apparently informally, it's actually, you can use it apparently informally to refer to a girl, which is kind of, it's a huge coincidence.
A small object that is decorative rather than strictly functional, a trinket, a pretty girl or woman. So it's objectifying a woman, but
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's
learned a new
a
word
fair way to
today.
look at it. I mean, it is literally what it is. It's like you're objectifying her by referring to her
Right.
as an object.
so Merriam-Webster though says it's pronounced tchotchka.
Huh. I've never heard someone say tchotchka.
That's what Merriam-Webster if you hit the pronunciation.
Well, it's time to throw another book in the garbage then.
There's also another pronunciation of it where you actually drop the CHs and not the Ts.
How would you...
See-
What? You drop the...
It's
you drop the
Tatsa.
CHs.
Yeah, so it becomes Tatsa. You also drop the K. So
Huh.
it's Tatska.
It definitely sounds like a shorthand version of it.
It probably is. I'm assuming this is a Russian word. It sounds Russian.
Yeah, it's... I would assume it's probably... If it's not Russian, it's probably Slavic or something. Something around that area. But, where was I going with this? Probably just the general thing of I don't feel as attached to this cast as I did the original.
See, I like this cast better than the original.
It is definitely a better cast, but I just don't have that much attachment to them.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
Because I will definitely say, like, the quality of characters is a lot better. The wackiness definitely gives them a huge positive because they're more interesting gimmicks.
I'm curious what you'll think of V3's cast then, because there's a lot. Not everybody, but there are some specific characters that I feel like people can get really attached to in 3.
Well, that's the thing that that's the thing that I'm kind of having problems describing it, because it's like, when I think about it, it's like, it's more the subtleties that I really can't, I would have to, like, write up an examination about why I think about this and think about it for a while, because it's like, it's subtle things that are getting to me, because it's like, it's not a huge night and day difference, it's just like, it's slightly better and slightly worse. But I don't really weigh that on the game's quality too much. I think the contrivances that happened in chapters 2 and 3 make more of a quality downgrade than the characters themselves, because the characters are not all, it's a slight difference is the thing. Whereas I don't think that the chapter, I don't know, the chapter layout of the events are as well done as they were in the original. And I think that might have to do with, like, the whole inherent thing of it being, you're trapped on an island rather than being trapped in a building. Because I think that it's probably a pacing problem.
Well, what's weird is at the same time of you thinking it's a pacing problem, like earlier discussed, we actually kind of had more, if not at least the same amount of information towards the greater plot at this point in the last, or well, we had in this point in this game than we had in the last game. Because at the beginning we're talking about what we knew towards the grand mystery in this game versus what we knew about the grand mystery in the previous game at this point. And
Yeah,
then
because
we
I
just
wanted
used
to.
that this one had more information.
Yeah, because I wanted to put it out on the table and be like, okay, I feel like this way, but if we, like, objectively put everything out, is that actually what's happening? And then I kind of figured out a problem where it was like, okay, in the original we were getting introduced to the premise via pictures, rather than here where we're getting it by a text.
Yeah.
And the problem and the issue with that is that when you're looking at a picture, you can kind of interpret it a lot more different ways than you can with a text box.
That's fair.
So
I just feel like you have less of a chance of figuring it out than if it's like so open-ended.
Yeah, but it also makes it more interesting to talk and think about.
Maybe. I personally think it can be more interesting if there's a chance you get it, like there's a chance where you like lock it down and you're like, yes, I figured it out. Here's all the pieces connecting. But with a picture and it being more open-ended, you kind of can just say whatever you want as an argument of, well, I think it's this, and it's like, do you have any evidence? No, but we don't have any evidence for it not to be this. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, which is
like
what has to be
that's
filled
what happens
in
with the text
later.
boxes. The text box gives you evidence to veto some of the wilder things, and gets you more closer to the actual truth, than like the pictures do. Which is, I think, why I like the text more, is because I want, while I'm willing to speculate, I want to know that my speculations are getting me towards the correct answer instead of just being any speculation.
I think I might be more appreciative of the blind speculation thing, because that's probably
just a personal thing.
That's probably partially the reason why I like Metal Gear Acid so much, is because it's so ridiculous that you could just come up with like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Because I have no clue what the hell any of this
I still
means.
figured it out.
Yeah, but it's like with that story, it's like if you don't instantly suss it out, it's like it's throwing so many ridiculous plot points at you so consistently. It's like you don't know what the fuck this is even. Where is this going?
Mm-hmm. I sussed that one out though mainly because of I guess I could call it writer's intuition or something. Like,
it might just be a trope.
Well, no, it wasn't a trope. So essentially, like, I know that in a game where there's a mystery like killer or like someone behind the scenes, you almost always meet that person early on, but it's not revealed that they're the bad guy until the end. But like, if you start to look at all the characters like you met, you can kind of start to narrow it down, and that's what I did. So I looked at all the characters, and then I looked at what I knew of the bad guys, and I had to figure out which characters' design and personality that we know of most likely could shift to the killer's personality and keep the same like visual design, and it was the psychic girl.
Okay, so it was more about like the structure of the genre.
Structure of the characters. I figured it out based on character designs and personalities. And also, yeah, partially because of the genre. Because I figured out it was probably one of these people from the genre. So the genre told me it's probably one of these people. And then from there, I narrowed it down using character traits and personalities. And I've done it in other things too, where like when you meet a group of characters, a lot of times I can pick which character is going to do what later in the story if I know some sort of betrayal is going to happen. So like, oh yeah, that guy's obviously this bad guy, or going to have a heel turn, or you meet a character like it's a sequel to something and you meet a character who's like disguised, right, and you don't know who they are. A lot of times I can suss out who it was from the earlier game.
Yeah, because you keep your characters consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Except when you're playing a Capcom game and their mysteries are like so obvious that you can instantly suss them out.
Yeah, I mean, not every game tries to hide it as. Not every game tries to hide it so much as it just does the trope of the betrayal or the trope of who is it, but they're not actively trying to hide it. Because like Final Fantasy XIV, for example, one of the expansions, when you get to it, there's like a character in a hood who you don't know who he is, but he's associated with this particular thing. And the entire story up to that point, you've only met one person who's associated with that thing. So you're like, oh, I bet it's that guy. It's that guy.
Oh, that is disappointing.
So, well, my point is I don't feel like they tried to make it a big mystery for you to solve. My money was on they were betting on players forgetting about it, and then it's more of a, oh man, that character's back, awesome. Because the point is the character I'm talking about shows up in the base game. They show up at like level 50. This other character doesn't show up until like the second to last expansion that's currently out. So you would have played through like 2 whole expansions worth of content before you would even, because there's 4 expansions to the game right now, and then the base game. So the character shows up in the base game towards the end, but not quite the end of the base game story, and they show up in the 3rd expansion. So you have 2 whole expansions worth of content. And if you were playing the games as they were coming out, you also have years of time waiting for stuff to come out, like waiting for the next expansion to come out. So for fans who played it on release, it would have been they might have forgotten about the character, and then when they came back, they were like, oh yeah, whoa, awesome, or they might have figured it out right away and be like, oh man, that character's back. But from a player who played it more like all together, and one, I don't forget a lot of characters in that game that are important, because I have a habit of giving characters stupid nicknames. So like how you call their Chotsky, I call all the characters in Final Fantasy XIV by some trait they have or some sort of joke I make off of them. So like, for example, there's a guy whose name is, what is it, Papalimo or something? It's like some fantasy ass like,
yeah, just
he's
bullshit word salad.
Right. But it's like Papalimo, and he's this little short like gnome guy. But to me, Papalimo, like the way it's spelled, made me think of the word palomino, like the kind of horse.
Oh,
so I just started calling him the horse. So every time he showed up, I'm like, oh man, the horse is here.
I wouldn't even gone that deep. I would have probably just called him what you said, just called him Palomino or something else that sounded like his name.
Yeah, well,
because I'm not calling you a fucking 5-syllable name, you goddamn twit.
Yeah, but Palomino is also a wordy, like a word salady word, so...
Well, I don't know, call him Palmo.
You can do that, but I as I said, I normally nickname them off of a trait or some sort of meme joke I come off with, not just a shortening of the name. Some of them I do.
I wish I cared that much, because like a bunch of like the throwaway NPCs, I literally just throw them out of my brain.
But these aren't the throwaway NPCs. These are the characters that keep showing up.
If you're not important, then you don't have space in my brain to give you. And just coming off of the last game I finished, which was ZX Advent, they have so many bullshit NPCs that don't do anything that there's like only 4 characters that I really remembered by the end of it.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's characters that come in and out of the story, because for the moment you're in the story, which can be like several hours of content, they're important to the story right now, and so like those characters get a nickname, and then sometimes those characters come back. So like, for example, if the story currently takes place around the politics happening in this one city, and we're doing a lot of work alongside the city leader, and the city leader's showing up in every other cutscene of this, of the MMO, that city leader has a nickname. Even though once we're done with what's happening in that city, we'll likely go off and go on an adventure elsewhere, and that leader will stay in that city, and I'll never see him in the story again, unless the story finds a reason to bring that city back into the fold. But yeah, some of the characters do get stuff on their nicknames though, because like one of the big leaders of one of the nations is named Emmerich. I literally just call him Ricky.
Yeah, it's fair.
Because it's Emmerich.
Well, you don't want to call him Emmy because that sounds dumb.
Yeah, I went with Ricky.
At least it's not as bad as some of these Mega Man games where you can suss out who's the villain in the arc or in the chapter by the fact that they have like unique art.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, that's not this. I mean, you can figure out who's an important character because duh, they're showing up in cutscenes and talking a whole bunch. But even really minor NPCs that are only in like a couple cutscenes, they have names. Like they're not called like Worried Farmer. Like sometimes they are, but most of the time they got some random name. They're just some random townsperson that's gonna show up a couple times.
They got some differentiation.
Yeah, and they have a design because it just uses like the character designer that the players use to make their characters to make all the NPCs for the most part, with some that are unique. For example, I haven't gotten to the most recent expansion yet, but in the expansion I just finished, which is the third one. No, Heaven's Word is the second one. I finished Shadowbringers. I finished Shadowbringers, which Heaven's Ward is the first expansion, second story. That's where Ricky is. Ricky's the important guy because he's in charge of the that nation that Heaven's Ward takes place in. So he fell out of the story. He shows up from time to time because he's a leader of one of the more important nations of the world. So he shows up when world politics are happening. But I haven't really had to do a whole lot for him lately. The story focuses on essentially your player character ends up joining this group of I guess do-gooders, for lack of a better word, called the Scions of the Seven.
They're just generic adventurers. We'll take any job.
They're not generic adventurers because they have a specific. They have a base, a base that's in a city. They're all. A lot of them are this group of people called Archons, which in order to become an Archon, you have to be really fucking good. You have to be essentially the best in your field in order to be an Archon. That's being an Archon means, is you're the best in your field. So you end up joining this group of, essentially it's this group of good-hearted people who were instead of serving government world governments and trying to work with individual being a part of our government, we made an organization that's outside all governments that tries to help the world as a whole.
And then you rebranded yourselves the Avengers.
Yeah, basically you're that. I mean, you're right, because my nickname for them when I play the game is the Super Friends, which is the old cartoon pre-Justice League. So before it was called the Justice League, there was the cartoon that was the Super Friends.
Yeah, back in the 60s or 70s.
Yeah, it's in the 60s. So I refer to them as the Super Friends, and yeah, so they are basically the Avengers. You're not wrong. But yeah.
Well, I guess to wrap up the stream here, well, I guess thank you for coming. We weren't able to do a 7-hour stream because I wanted my brain to continue working. So next time we'll be doing the trial and hopefully maybe get through the free time. I don't know if we get through the next murder reveal. That'd probably be a good place to stop next time.
I think we might be able to.
But next week we are going to be returning to Metal Gear Rising. We're going to finish up the DLC. I don't know what we're going to do after that because I think the DLC is going to run probably around 3 hours. So we might have to come up with a backup plan, and I might have to come up with something, mostly because I don't want to spin for my next game until we finish Metal Gear Rising to keep it a surprise to me.
I was gonna say we could do something for Halloween, or we could just come and play this game more, like we did the last time we finished a game early in a session.
That might be a good idea, just to get. We might be able
to just come back to this game and just get through the trial.
Yeah,
that'd be fine. Yeah. Probably that because the trial will probably take us an hour and a half.
Depending on how quick it is, because there might be a chance it might run into 4 hours. I think that'd probably be the maximum to get through both of them, because to be honest, they are pretty short.
Okay.
I don't know what my playtime. I was gonna look on them, but I was so busy today that I just slipped my mind, because I have backups for basically everything I've done on YouTube.
Yeah, so we can play it by ear. When we finish the Metal Gear Rising DLC, if it looks like based on the time that we have enough time to get through the trial and stuff, we can come do the trial. Otherwise, I'll look at my game library. Maybe I can find something. I don't think I can find something that we can knock out in one session, but maybe there's something that we don't care about finishing, that's more about the gameplay and less about the story or something.
Yeah, just something to fill the time.
Yeah, something, and maybe something spooky for Halloween.
Because my idea was to be okay, when we finish this, okay, I'll just boot up whatever the fuck I'm playing, and then we'll just look at that for 2 hours.
Yeah, that could work too.
But I don't know. It just sounded kind of boring to me, to be honest, so I didn't really want to do that.
I think best case scenario right now, the idea would be we come back to Danganronpa and get through the trial.
Well, that's going to be it for the balancing act tonight, I think. So, thanks for joining us here, and check back for us on next Friday for our next project.
See you later.
Yeah, give me a few seconds. I need to get to Alt. Okay. Now we're officially out.